In the early 16th century, as medieval kingdoms across northern India engaged in perpetual warfare, a young prince from Central Asia was dreaming of conquest. Zahiruddin Muhammad Babur, born on February 14, 1483, was a descendant of two of history's greatest conquerors, Timur Tamerlane on his father's side and Genghis Khan through his mother. This impressive lineage bestowed upon him an ambition that would forever change the course of South Asian history. Babur was born in the Fergana Valley, located in present-day Uzbekistan. At the mere age of 11 following his father's death, he inherited the kingdom of Fergana. However, this inheritance proved challenging to maintain. Surrounded by powerful rivals, the young ruler was soon pushed out of his ancestral lands. Despite repeated attempts to reclaim Samarkand, the jewel of Central Asia and his ancestral capital, Babur faced consistent defeat. These early struggles shaped the character of the future emperor. Resilient and determined, Babur turned his attention southward after losing his Central Asian territories. First establishing himself in Kabul in 1504, he began building a new power base from which he would launch his campaigns into the Indian subcontinent. By the early 16th century, the political landscape of northern India was dominated by the Delhi Sultanate, then under the rule of Ibrahim Lodi. The Sultanate had been weakened by internal conflicts, succession disputes, and rebellions from provincial governors. This political fragmentation presented an opportunity for external invasion. Babur's ambitions toward India were not merely opportunistic, they were also driven by economic necessity. His kingdom in Kabul lacked resources, and the wealth of India beckoned. Between 1519 and 1524, he made several exploratory raids into the northwestern regions of the subcontinent, testing the waters for a more significant invasion. The defining moment came in 1526 when Babur received an invitation from Daulah Khan Lodi, a disaffected governor of Punjab who was rebelling against Ibrahim Lodi. This invitation, combined with Babur's own ambitions, set the stage for his decisive march into India. On April 20, 1526, the armies of Babur and Ibrahim Lodi met at Panipat, north of Delhi. Despite being vastly outnumbered, Babur commanded merely 12,000 men against Lodi's estimated 100,000. The Central Asian leader employed superior tactics and technology. His use of artillery and matchlock firearms, relatively new to Indian battlefields, gave him a decisive advantage. Babur arranged his forces using the Tulukma battle formation, a Central Asian technique involving rapid horseback maneuvers and flanking strategies. He protected his center with a line of carts tied together with ropes, creating a defensive barrier from which his artillerymen and matchlock bearers could fire. When Lodi's forces charged, they were met with devastating cannon fire and disciplined musket volleys. The battle lasted only a few hours. Ibrahim Lodi was killed on the battlefield, along with 15,000 of his men. This decisive victory at Panipat marked the beginning of Mughal rule in India. Babur quickly occupied Delhi and Agra, the twin capitals of the fallen Delhi Sultanate, claiming lordship over northern India. Despite his impressive victory, Babur's position remained precarious. Many of his soldiers, accustomed to the temperate climate of Central Asia, struggled with the intense heat of the North Indian plains and longed to return home. Additionally, the conquered territories were vast, and administrative control was difficult to establish quickly. Babur faced his most formidable challenge from the Rajput Confederacy led by Rana Sanga of Mewar. The Rajputs, known for their martial prowess and fierce resistance to foreign rule, posed a serious threat to the nascent Mughal authority. In March 1527, Babur confronted this threat at the Battle of Kanwa. Before the battle, recognizing the gravity of the situation, He made a dramatic gesture by renouncing wine, for which he had a noted fondness, and broke his drinking cups, asking his nobles to follow suit. This symbolic act not only strengthened his resolve, but also reinforced his image as a committed Muslim ruler fighting against Hindu powers. At Kanwa, Babur again employed his superior artillery and tactical formations. The Rajputs, despite their valor, could not overcome the technological advantage of Babur's forces. Rana Sanga was wounded and forced to retreat, effectively ending coordinated Rajput resistance for a generation. Following this victory, Babur secured his position further by defeating the Afghans in eastern India at the Battle of Gagra in 1529. With these victories, the foundation of the Mughal Empire was firmly established. Though his reign in India lasted only 4 years, 1526 to 1530, Babur laid the foundation for what would become one of the world's greatest empires. Beyond his military accomplishments, he made significant contributions to the cultural and intellectual life of his new domain. Babur was not merely a conqueror, but also a man of refined tastes and intellectual curiosity. He was a poet of considerable talent, writing primarily in Chagatai Turkic and Persian. His autobiography, the Baburnama, remains one of the most important historical and literary documents of the era, offering detailed insights into his life, campaigns and observations about India. As a ruler, Babur initiated several administrative reforms, though his short reign did not allow for their full implementation. He began establishing a centralized administration, a process that his descendants would develop into a sophisticated bureaucracy. In matters of urban development, Babur introduced the Persian concept of the formal garden, or Chahar Bagh, to India. These symmetrically planned gardens with water channels, fountains and pavilions became a hallmark of Mughal landscape architecture. Despite his achievements, Babur never fully adjusted to life in India. In his memoirs, he often complained about the climate and expressed nostalgia for his Central Asian homeland. Nevertheless, he chose to make India his final home, laying the groundwork for a dynasty that would shape the subcontinent for centuries. When Babur died on December 26, 1530, he was initially buried in Agra, but later, following his wishes, his remains were taken to Kabul for final interment. He left behind a fledgling empire that would reach its zenith under his descendants, particularly his grandson Akbar. The empire he founded would last until 1857, leaving an indelible mark on the history, culture, and identity of South Asia. Nasir-ud-Din Muhammad Humayun, born on March 17, 1508 in Kabul, was the eldest son of Babur and his wife Maham Begum. His name, meaning fortunate in Persian, would prove ironically inappropriate given the tumultuous nature of his reign. From an early age, Humayun was groomed for leadership, accompanying his father on military campaigns and receiving training in the arts of governance and warfare. When Babur died in 1530, Humayun inherited an empire that was still in its infancy. At the age of 22, he ascended the throne in Agra, becoming the second Mughal emperor. Unlike his father, who had built the empire through conquest, Humayun faced the more complicated task of consolidation and administration. The early years of his reign revealed Humayun's character: scholarly, interested in astronomy and mathematics, but lacking the military acumen and decisiveness that had distinguished his father. Humayun was known for his generosity, sometimes to a fault, and his clemency toward enemies, which occasionally proved politically unwise. Humayun inherited not just an empire but also its problems. The Mughal hold over North India remained tenuous, with many regions only nominally accepting Mughal authority. Several powerful adversaries threatened the young emperor's position. Chief among these threats was Sher Khan Sur, later Sher Shah Sur. an Afghan noble who had served under the Lodi dynasty and harbored ambitions of restoring Afghan rule in India. Sher Khan controlled Bihar and parts of eastern India, gradually building his power while Humayun was distracted by other challenges. Simultaneously, Humayun faced problems within the imperial family. His brothers, particularly Kamran Mirza, who controlled Kabul and Punjab, refused to acknowledge his complete authority. Instead of providing the support Humayun needed, they pursued their own territorial ambitions, weakening the Mughal position. Bahadur Shah, the Sultan of Gujarat, posed another serious threat. Taking advantage of Mughal vulnerabilities, he expanded his territory northward. Humayun was forced to redirect his attention and resources to counter this threat, leaving his eastern flank exposed to Sher Khan's growing power. While Humayun was engaged in Gujarat, Sher Khan Sur seized the opportunity to strengthen his position in eastern India. By 1537, he had taken control of Bengal, a wealthy province that provided him with the resources to challenge Mughal authority directly. Recognizing the danger too late, Humayun marched east to confront Sher Khan. The two armies met at Chausa in 1539, where Sher Khan's superior strategy resulted in a devastating defeat for Humayun. The emperor barely escaped with his life, allegedly saved by a water carrier who helped him cross the Ganges River. Despite this setback, Humayun gathered his forces for another confrontation. In 1540, the decisive Battle of Kanauj took place, resulting in another catastrophic defeat for the Mughals. This loss effectively ended Humayun's first reign, forcing him to flee India. With his empire lost, Humayun began what would become 15 years of exile. Initially seeking refuge with his brother Kamran in Kabul, he found little welcome there. Kamran, fearful of Sher Shah's growing power, refused to support Humayun's attempts to regain his throne and even threatened his life. Humayun's fortunes reached their nadir when he was forced to flee across the deserts of Sindh and Rajputana. During this perilous journey, his loyal supporters dwindled and resources became scarce. In one particularly poignant episode, his beloved wife Hamida Banu Begum gave birth to a son, the future Emperor Akbar, while they were on the run in 1542. Eventually, Humayun sought asylum at the court of Shah Tahmasp Piwash of Persia. The Shah, after requiring Humayun to convert from Sunni to Shia Islam, a conversion that Humayun would later reverse, provided him with military support to reclaim his territories. While Humayun wandered in exile, Sher Shah Sur established the Sur dynasty 1540-1555, implementing a series of significant administrative reforms that would later influence Mughal governance. Despite his relatively short 5-year reign before his death in an accidental gunpowder explosion, Sher Shah's impact on Indian administration was profound. He reorganized the empire into 47 units, each with its own administrative structure. He standardized the land revenue system, conducting detailed surveys of agricultural lands and establishing fair rates of taxation based on the productivity of the soil. This system would later be adapted and expanded by Akbar. Sher Shah also enhanced the empire's infrastructure, most notably by constructing the Grand Trunk Road from Bengal to Peshawar, facilitating trade and communication across northern India. He established a robust postal system and caravanserais, rest houses, along major trade routes, promoting commerce throughout his domains. In monetary policy, Sher Shah introduced a new silver coin called the rupiah, which would become the basis for the modern rupee. He also standardized weights and measures, bringing consistency to commercial transactions across the empire. Sher Shah's administrative innovations provided a blueprint that the later Mughals, particularly Akbar, would draw upon. The interregnum under the Sur dynasty, though brief, had a lasting impact on governance in the subcontinent. Following Sher Shah's death, his empire began to unravel under the less capable leadership of his son Islam Shah and subsequent rulers. These internal weaknesses in the Sur dynasty created an opening for Humayun's return. With Persian support, Humayun first recaptured Kandahar and Kabul from his brother Kamran in 1545. Over the next decade, he consolidated his position in Afghanistan, biding his time for an opportunity to reclaim his Indian territories. That opportunity came in 1535, when Humayun led his forces into Punjab. In a reversal of fortune, he defeated the Sur armies and recaptured Delhi and Agra. After 15 years of exile, Humayun had regained his throne, beginning his second reign. Humayun's restored reign was tragically brief. On January 27, 1556, just months after reclaiming his empire, he died after falling down the stone steps of his library in Delhi. Despite this untimely end, Humayun left behind important contributions that would influence the development of the Mughal Empire. During his exile in Persia, Humayun was exposed to Persian art, architecture, and administrative practices. Upon his return to India, he brought with him Persian artists and intellectuals who would have a profound influence on Mughal culture. In particular, Humayun's patronage of the arts laid the groundwork for the development of the Mughal painting tradition. Two Persian masters, Mir Sayyid Ali and Abdus Samad, whom Humayun brought to India, established the first Mughal atelier workshop, which would flourish under Akbar's patronage. Architecturally, Humayun's tomb in Delhi, commissioned by his widow Hamida Banu Begum, marked a significant development in Mughal building traditions. Designed by a Persian architect, it combined Persian and Indian elements, establishing a template for future Mughal mausoleums, including the Taj Mahal. Despite his political struggles, Humayun was known for his scholarly interests, particularly in astronomy and mathematics. He established a library and observatory in Delhi, reflecting his intellectual inclinations. His court became a center for literary and scientific pursuits, a tradition that would continue under his successors. Perhaps Humayun's most significant legacy was securing the succession for his son, Akbar. Though only 13 when Humayun died, Akbar would go on to become the greatest of the Mughal emperors, building upon the foundations laid by his grandfather and father. In this sense, Humayun served as a crucial link in the Mughal dynastic chain, ensuring the survival of the empire through its most vulnerable period. Though often overshadowed by his more illustrious father and son, Humayun's perseverance in the face of adversity preserved the Mughal legacy. His years of exile, while personally difficult, ultimately enriched the cultural fabric of the empire through the Persian influences he brought back to India. The story of Humayun reminds us that historical greatness is not always measured by unbroken success, but sometimes by resilience in the face of setbacks and the ability to rise again after defeat. When Humayun died unexpectedly in 1556, his son Akbar was just 13 years old. Born on October 15, 1542 in Umarkot, Sindh, in modern Pakistan, during his father's years of exile, Akbar's childhood had been marked by instability and danger. Now the fate of the still precarious Mughal Empire rested on the shoulders of this adolescent boy. Fortunately for the young emperor, Humayun had entrusted him to the care of a loyal and capable guardian, Bayram Khan. A Turkoman noble who had served Humayun faithfully, Bayram Khan assumed the role of regent and became the de facto ruler of the empire during Akbar's minority. This arrangement proved crucial for the survival of the Mughal dynasty during its vulnerable early years. The challenges facing the regime were immense. The Mughal reconquest was barely 6 months old when Humayun died, and much of northern India remained under the control of the Sur dynasty or had broken away into independent states. Afghan nobles continued to resist Mughal authority, while Rajput kingdoms in Rajasthan maintained their independence, presenting a constant military threat. The first major test for the young emperor and his regent came almost immediately after Humayun's death. Hemu, a Hindu general serving the Sur dynasty who had risen from humble origins to become the chief minister and general of the Sur armies, seized the opportunity presented by the succession of a child emperor. Capturing Delhi, Hemu proclaimed himself Raja Vikramaditya and prepared to expand his territory. Bairam Khan and Akbar marched to confront this threat, and on November 5, 1556, the Second Battle of Panipat was fought. The battle initially favoured Hemu, whose forces pushed back the Mughal vanguard. However, in a decisive moment, an arrow struck Hemu in the eye, rendering him unconscious. With their leader incapacitated, Hemu's forces lost momentum, allowing the Mughals to rally and secure victory. This victory at Panipat was as significant as Babur's first battle there 30 years earlier. It re-established Mughal authority in the heart of North India and eliminated a powerful rival. Over the next few years, under Bairam Khan's leadership, Mughal forces systematically reconquered territories that had been lost during the Sur interregnum, including Delhi, Agra, parts of Punjab, and regions of central India. As Akbar approached adulthood, he began to chafe under the dominance of Bairam Khan, whose regency had gradually become oppressive. In 1560, at the age of 18, Akbar asserted his authority, dismissing Bairam Khan from his position. Though initially Bairam Khan rebelled against this decision, he eventually submitted to the emperor and was pardoned. However, while on his way to Mecca, he was assassinated by Afghan nobles seeking revenge for past defeats. With full control of the empire now in his hands, Akbar began to reveal the extraordinary leadership qualities that would define his reign. Intelligent, curious, and possessing a remarkable memory, despite being unable to read or write, he was likely dyslexic. Akbar demonstrated a capacity for governance that belied his youth and limited formal education. Akbar's early years as an independent ruler were focused primarily on territorial expansion and the consolidation of power. Between 1561 and 1601, he undertook a series of campaigns that more than doubled the size of the Mughal Empire. His first significant conquest came in 1561 with the capture of Malwa in central India. This was followed by the subjugation of Gondwana in 1564, ruled by the legendary Rani Durgavati, who committed suicide rather than surrender. By 1568, Akbar had conquered the formidable Chittor fortress, a symbol of Rajput resistance, after a prolonged siege. The fall of Chittor was followed by the capture of Ranthambore, another important Rajput stronghold. In 1572, Akbar turned his attention to Gujarat, a wealthy coastal region with important ports that connected India to maritime trade networks, spanning the Indian Ocean. The conquest of Gujarat not only enriched the imperial treasury, but also provided the Mughals with direct access to international commerce. Eastern India was the next focus of Mughal expansion. By 1576, Akbar had annexed Bengal, bringing the fertile Ganges Delta under Mughal control. This was followed by campaigns in Afghanistan, where Kabul was secured as the northwestern frontier of the empire. Perhaps Akbar's most significant political achievement was his expansion into Rajputana, modern Rajasthan, not primarily through conquest, but through a policy of diplomatic integration. Rather than seeking to crush the proud Rajput kingdoms, Akbar pursued strategic alliances through marriages with Rajput princesses, and by offering Rajput rulers high positions in the imperial administration and military. This policy of accommodation brought many Rajput kingdoms, including Amber, Jaipur, Bikaner, and Jodhpur, into the Mughal orbit without the need for costly military campaigns. By the end of his reign, Akbar's empire stretched from Afghanistan in the west to Bengal in the east, and from Kashmir in the north to the Deccan Plateau in the south. This vast territory, encompassing most of northern and central India, was administered through a sophisticated bureaucratic system that allowed for a degree of centralized control unprecedented in Indian history. Akbar's genius lay not just in conquest, but in administration. Recognizing that military victories alone were insufficient for building a stable empire, he implemented a series of far-reaching reforms that transformed the Mughal state into a well-functioning bureaucratic machine. Central to these reforms was the Mansabdari system, a hierarchical structure of ranks, mansabs, that determined a noble's status, salary, and military responsibilities. Each mansabdar, rank holder, was assigned a numerical rank that indicated the number of horsemen he was required to maintain for imperial service. This system allowed Akbar to organize his nobility, both new recruits and hereditary aristocrats, into a single integrated structure with clear obligations to the state. Equally important was Akbar's reform of the land revenue system, implemented with the help of his finance minister Raja Todar Mal. Building on systems established by Sher Shah Sur, Akbar ordered comprehensive land surveys to assess agricultural productivity. Based on these assessments, a fixed tax rate, usually 1/3 of the produce, was established, providing farmers with predictability and the state with a stable revenue source. The system was flexible enough to account for crop failures and variations in productivity, reducing the burden on peasants during difficult times. Akbar also reformed the central government, creating a sophisticated administrative apparatus with specialized departments. The imperial household, military affairs, financial management, and judicial functions were all organized under separate ministries led by capable administrators. To facilitate trade and commerce, Akbar standardized coinage and weights and measures. Throughout the empire, he abolished internal customs duties and built roads and caravanserais, rest houses, enhancing the movement of goods across imperial territories. These measures promoted economic growth and increased the wealth of both the state and its subjects. Perhaps the most innovative and controversial aspects of Akbar's reign were his religious and social policies. Born into a Muslim dynasty, ruling over a predominantly Hindu population, Akbar recognized early the need for religious accommodation. His approach to religious diversity evolved over time, becoming increasingly inclusive and syncretic. In 1563, barely into his adulthood, Akbar abolished the jizya, a tax imposed on non-Muslims in Islamic states. This was followed by the removal of restrictions on the construction of Hindu temples and the celebration of Hindu festivals. He also ended the practice of forcing defeated enemies to convert to Islam, a significant departure from the policies of many previous Muslim rulers. Akbar's interest in religious dialogue led him to establish the Ibadat Khana, house of worship, at Fatehpur Sikri in 1575. Initially intended as a venue for discussions among Muslim scholars, it was later expanded to include representatives of various religious traditions, including Hindus, Jains, Zoroastrians, and even Portuguese Jesuit priests. These dialogues reflected Akbar's genuine intellectual curiosity about different belief systems. The ultimate expression of Akbar's religious explorations was the Din-i-Ilahi, divine faith, established around 1582. Often mischaracterized as a new religion, the Din-i-Ilahi was more accurately a syncretic ethical system that incorporated elements from various religions, promoting values such as piety, prudence, and compassion, while discouraging lust, slander, and pride. The Din-i-Ilahi never gained widespread acceptance, remaining limited to a small circle of courtiers, but it symbolized Akbar's vision of spiritual unity transcending religious differences. Akbar's social reforms were equally progressive for his time. He discouraged the practice of sati, widow immolation, and encouraged widow remarriage, challenging deeply entrenched social customs. He also raised the age of marriage for girls and regulated the consumption of alcohol without prohibiting it entirely. These measures reflected a pragmatic approach to governance that prioritized social harmony over rigid ideological positions. Under Akbar's patronage, the Mughal court became a center of artistic and intellectual activity, initiating what historians often describe as a cultural renaissance. The emperor, despite his own illiteracy, was a passionate patron of literature, commissioning Persian translations of Sanskrit classics like the Mahabharata and the Ramayana. He assembled a library of over 24,000 volumes, an extraordinary collection for the time. The imperial atelier, workshop, established by Humayun, flourished under Akbar, with hundreds of artists working to create illuminated manuscripts combining Persian, Indian, and increasingly European artistic techniques. The Hamzanama, an illustrated epic consisting of 1,400 paintings on cloth, exemplifies the vibrant artistic production of this period. Mughal miniature painting, with its keen observation of nature, psychological insight, and technical refinement, reached new heights under Akbar's patronage. Music also thrived at Akbar's court, with the legendary Tansen, one of the 9 jewels, Navaratnas of Akbar's court, leading innovations in classical Hindustani music. The synthesis of Persian and Indian musical traditions during this period created new forms that continue to influence South Asian music today. Architecturally, Akbar's reign witnessed the development of a distinctive Mughal style that harmoniously blended Persian, Indian, and Central Asian elements. His most ambitious project was Fatehpur Sikri, a new capital city built near Agra between 1571 and 1585. This planned city, with its grand palace complex, monumental Jama Masjid, and the exquisite Buland Darwaza, Gate of Magnificence, embodied Akbar's imperial vision and multicultural outlook. Other significant architectural projects included the Agra Fort, a massive red sandstone fortress that combined military functionality with palatial luxury, and Humayun's tomb in Delhi, completed under Akbar's patronage in memory of his father. These structures established architectural precedents that would influence Mughal building traditions for generations. The latter part of Akbar's reign was marked by personal tragedies and political challenges. Relations with his eldest son, Prince Salim, the future emperor Jahangir, deteriorated as the prince grew impatient to ascend the throne. In 1601, Salim went so far as to declare himself emperor in Allahabad, though this rebellion was eventually reconciled without major bloodshed. More painful for Akbar was the death of his dear friend and minister Abul Fazl, assassinated on Salim's orders in 1602. Abul Fazl had been not only a loyal administrator, but also the chronicler of Akbar's reign in the monumental Akbarnama, a comprehensive history that remains an invaluable source for understanding this period. Despite these difficulties, Akbar maintained his authority until his death on October 27, 1605, at the age of 63. By then, he had secured the succession for Prince Salim, ensuring a smooth transition of power that preserved the stability of the empire he had spent his life building. It is difficult to overstate Akbar's impact on Indian history. During his nearly 50-year reign, he transformed the Mughal state from a precarious kingdom into the most powerful empire in South Asia. Through military conquest, administrative innovation, and cultural patronage, he created a political entity that united much of the subcontinent under a single authority. Beyond these tangible achievements, Akbar's greatest legacy may be his vision of a pluralistic society in which people of different faiths and backgrounds could coexist productively. His policy of sulh-i-kul, universal peace, rejected the narrow sectarianism that had characterized many earlier regimes and established a model of inclusive governance that later Mughal rulers would struggle to maintain. The institutions Akbar established, the Mansabdari system, the reformed land revenue structure, and the administrative apparatus, provided the framework through which the Mughal Empire functioned for generations. Even after the empire's eventual decline, these administrative innovations influenced successor states and colonial governments, shaping the development of modern South Asian bureaucracy. Culturally, the synthesis of Persian and Indian traditions that flourished under Akbar's patronage created a distinctive Indo-Persian civilization that has left an enduring mark on the art, architecture, language, and cuisine of South Asia. This cultural legacy survives the political structures that gave birth to it, continuing to define aspects of the region's identity. In the annals of world history, Akbar stands as one of the rare rulers whose achievements in war were matched by his accomplishments in peace. His ability to build an empire not just through conquest but through accommodation, his willingness to challenge orthodoxy in pursuit of truth, and his vision of governance as a trust rather than a divine right place him among the greatest sovereign of any age. The title by which he is remembered, Akbar the Great, is no mere flattery, but an acknowledgement of his transformative impact on the history of South Asia. On October 24, 1605, less than a month after the death of Emperor Akbar, his son, Prince Salim, ascended the Mughal throne, taking the title Jahangir, meaning World Caesar. This regal name embodied his ambitions for the empire he now ruled, though the circumstances of his ascension were colored by the troubled relationship with his father in preceding years. Born on August 31st, 1569, Jahangir was Akbar's eldest surviving son. His mother, Mariam-uz-Zamani, also known as Har Kabai, was a Rajput princess from Amber, modern Jaipur, making Jahangir a product of Akbar's policy of matrimonial alliances with Rajput houses. Despite being groomed for succession from an early age, Jahangir's path to the throne had been marked by rebellion and estrangement from his father. In 1600, frustrated by his father's longevity and his own prolonged status as heir apparent, Jahangir had proclaimed himself emperor in Allahabad, establishing a rival court. Adding to the strain between father and son was Jahangir's responsibility for the assassination of Akbar's close friend and biographer, Abul Fazl, in 1602. Despite these conflicts, reconciliation was eventually achieved, and Akbar formally designated Jahangir as his successor before his death. Jahangir's accession was not without challenges. His son Khusrau rebelled in 1606, attempting to seize the throne with support from some disaffected nobles. Though the rebellion was quickly suppressed, it represented the first in a series of succession struggles that would plague Jahangir's reign and the broader Mughal era. Khusrau's punishment was severe. He was blinded and imprisoned, reflecting Jahangir's determination to secure his position against familial threats. Unlike his father, who was an active administrator deeply involved in the day-to-day governance of the empire, Jahangir was more inclined to delegate administrative responsibilities, while focusing on matters that interested him personally, such as art, natural history, and dispensing justice. Nevertheless, he maintained and in some ways refined the administrative systems established by Akbar. The Mansabdari system, which formed the backbone of Mughal military and civil administration, continued to function effectively under Jahangir. He introduced modifications to ensure greater accountability, including the practice of branding horses to prevent fraud in the cavalry, a problem where officers would present the same horses multiple times during inspections to falsely inflate their numbers. Jahangir was particularly concerned with the administration of justice, establishing the chain of justice, a golden chain with 60 bells that connected from his private quarters to a public space outside the palace. Anyone seeking redress could pull this chain to appeal directly to the emperor, bypassing potentially corrupt officials. While the practical effectiveness of this mechanism may be questioned, it symbolized Jahangir's commitment to accessible justice, at least in principle. In matters of taxation, Jahangir largely continued Akbar's land revenue policies, maintaining the systematic assessment procedures and generally keeping tax rates at similar levels. This continuity provided stability for the peasantry and ensured steady revenue for the imperial treasury. Provincial administration under Jahangir saw some evolution, with greater authority delegated to provincial governors, subahdars. This devolution of power would, over time, contribute to centrifugal tendencies within the empire, though during Jahangir's rule, imperial control remained firm in most regions. Jahangir inherited an empire that already encompassed most of northern and central India, with frontiers extending into Afghanistan and parts of the Deccan Plateau. His military ambitions were less extensive than those of his father, focusing more on consolidating existing territories than dramatic expansion. Nevertheless, several significant military campaigns were undertaken during his reign. In the northwest, the long-standing Mughal interest in ancestral Central Asian territories led Jahangir to support campaigns in Kabul and Kandahar, though these efforts had limited success. Kandahar, in particular, changed hands multiple times between the Mughals and Safavid Persia during this period, reflecting the strategic importance of this frontier region. More substantial territorial gains were achieved in the Deccan, where Mughal forces made significant inroads against the sultanates of Ahmadnagar, Bijapur, and Golconda. The campaign against Ahmadnagar, led by Jahangir's son Prince Khurram, the future Shah Jahan, resulted in considerable territorial acquisitions by 1616. These successes in the Deccan laid the groundwork for further Mughal expansion southward under subsequent emperors. In the east, Mughal authority was extended into parts of Assam and Cooch Behar, though complete control over these regions remained elusive. Bengal, already under Mughal rule, was more firmly integrated into the imperial administrative structure. Perhaps the most notable military development during Jahangir's reign was the emergence of Malik Ambar, an Abyssinian, Ethiopian, slave-turned-regent of Ahmadnagar, as a formidable opponent to Mughal expansion. Employing guerrilla tactics and innovative administrative reforms, Malik Ambar effectively checked Mughal advances in parts of the Deccan until his death in 1626. In matters of religion, Jahangir largely continued Akbar's policy of religious tolerance, though with subtle shifts in emphasis. He maintained Akbar's abolition of the jizya tax on non-Muslims and allowed Hindu religious practices to continue without interference. Members of various religious communities, including Hindus, Jains, and Christians, found places at his court. Unlike his father, however, Jahangir did not actively promote religious syncretism or pursue the kind of interfaith dialogues that had characterized Akbar's later years. The Din-i-Ilahi, Akbar's syncretic ethical system, was quietly allowed to fade away rather than being actively disbanded. Jahangir's personal religious attitudes combined orthodox Sunni Islam with Sufi inclinations and a pragmatic recognition of the multi-religious nature of his empire. Jahangir's relationship with Sikhism marked a darker chapter in his religious policy. The execution of Guru Arjan Dev, the fifth Sikh Guru, in 1606 represented a significant departure from the general religious tolerance of his reign. The exact circumstances surrounding this execution remain disputed, with some sources suggesting it resulted from Guru Arjan's support for Prince Khusrau's rebellion, while others point to religious tensions. Regardless of the specific motivations, this event had lasting repercussions, contributing to the militarization of the Sikh community under subsequent gurus. Relations with European missionaries, particularly Portuguese Jesuits, were generally positive during Jahangir's reign. The emperor welcomed Jesuit priests at his court, engaged them in religious discussions, and allowed them to establish missions in Mughal territories. His curiosity about Christianity was genuine, though it never approached conversion, and he commissioned paintings of Christian subjects reflecting his eclectic intellectual interests. The most distinctive aspect of Jahangir's reign was undoubtedly the extraordinary influence wielded by his 20th and favorite wife, Nur Jahan. Born Mehr-un-Nisa to Persian nobles, she married Jahangir in 1611, 4 years after the death of her first husband, Sher Afghan. Intelligent, ambitious, and politically astute, Nur Jahan quickly established herself as a power behind the throne, especially as Jahangir's health declined and his addiction to alcohol and opium worsened. Nur Jahan's influence extended across virtually all aspects of imperial governance. She issued farmans, royal decrees, in her own name, controlled key appointments, influenced foreign policy, and even directed military affairs on occasion. She placed family members, particularly her father, Itimad-ud-Dawla, and brother Asaf Khan, in positions of power, creating a faction that dominated court politics. The extent of Nur Jahan's authority is reflected in contemporary coinage, which in some instances bore her name alongside Jahangir's, an unprecedented honor for a Mughal empress. European travelers to the Mughal court during this period often commented on her remarkable power, noting that she effectively ruled the empire while Jahangir pursued his pleasures. Nur Jahan's dominance was not unchallenged. As Jahangir's health deteriorated, succession politics intensified, with various factions supporting different princes. Nur Jahan initially favored Prince Shahryar, her son-in-law, while her brother Asaf Khan supported Prince Khurram. Shah Jahan, who was married to Asaf Khan's daughter Mumtaz Mahal. These dynastic politics created complex alignments and realignments at court, culminating in open conflict in the later years of Jahangir's reign. Despite the political complexities of his reign, Jahangir presided over one of the most culturally brilliant periods in Mughal history. A connoisseur and discriminating patron of the arts, he refined the artistic traditions established under Akbar, guiding them toward new heights of technical perfection and aesthetic sophistication. Mughal painting reached its zenith under Jahangir's patronage. Unlike the emphasis on historical narratives and busy compositions that characterized Akbar's period, Jahangiri painting favored psychological portraiture, natural history subjects, and scenes of court life. The emperor personally supervised the imperial atelier, adding marginal notes to paintings, critiquing the artist's work, and demanding meticulous attention to detail. Some of the finest Mughal paintings were produced by masters such as Abul Hassan, as titled Nadir-uz-Zaman, or Wonder of the Age. Mansur specialized in animal and bird studies, Bishan Das, and Manohar. These artists combined Persian techniques with European influences, particularly in the use of perspective and shading, creating a distinctive style characterized by naturalistic observation and refined execution. Jahangir's fascination with the natural world found expression in detailed paintings of flora and fauna. The emperor commissioned studies of rare plants, exotic animals, and unusual natural phenomena, creating a visual record of the biodiversity of his realms. Mansur's precise renderings of birds and animals are particularly celebrated for their scientific accuracy and artistic beauty. Architecture under Jahangir continued to develop the synthesis of Persian and Indian elements established during previous reigns. Notable structures from this period include the tomb of Itimad-ud-Dawla, Nur Jahan's father, in Agra, often described as a jewel box for its delicate marble inlay work, and Nur Jahan's magnificent garden, the Dilkusha, Heart's Delight, in Kashmir. These buildings showcased a transition from the predominant use of red sandstone to white marble and refined the technique of pietra dura, stone inlay, that would reach its apotheosis in Shah Jahan's monuments. Literature flourished during Jahangir's reign, with the emperor himself contributing significantly through his memoirs, the Tuzuk-i-Jahangiri. Written in Persian, this autobiography provides valuable insights into court life, administrative matters, and the emperor's personal interests and character. Other literary works produced during this period include Persian poetry, historical chronicles, and translations of Sanskrit texts. Jahangir's reign coincided with increasing European presence in the Indian Ocean world, as Portuguese, Dutch, and English merchants sought trading privileges in Mughal domains. The emperor maintained diplomatic relations with these European powers, balancing commercial considerations against imperial dignity. The arrival of Sir Thomas Roe as England's first official ambassador to the Mughal court in 1615 marked a significant moment in Anglo-Mughal relations. Though Roe failed to secure the exclusive trading privileges he sought, his 4-year mission established a foundation for future English commercial activities in India. Jahangir received Roe with courtesy, if not the deference the Englishman expected, reflecting the Mughal sense of their own predominant position in the geopolitical hierarchy. Relations with Safavid Persia were more complex, combining cultural affinity with political rivalry. The contested control of Kandahar symbolized the strategic tensions between these two major Muslim empires, though diplomatic exchanges and cultural influences continued throughout Jahangir's reign. Ottoman Turkey, the third major Islamic empire of the era, had limited direct contact with Mughal India during this period, though commercial connections through intermediaries remained active. The gunpowder empires, as the Mughals, Safavids, and Ottomans are collectively known, maintained a wary respect for each other's power while competing for supremacy within the Muslim world. Jahangir's personal life was marked by contradictions that mirrored the complexities of his reign. Intelligent and cultured, with a genuine intellectual curiosity, he was also prone to self-indulgence and excess. His memoirs reveal a man capable of keen observation and reflection, yet also subject to volatile moods and impulsive decisions. The teen emperor's addiction to wine and opium, which he candidly acknowledged in his writings, progressively undermined his health and capacity to rule effectively. By the later years of his reign, he had become dependent on Nur Jahan for the management of imperial affairs, retreating into pleasure gardens and hunting expeditions while she wielded power in his name. Jahangir's relationships with his sons were troubled, mirroring his own earlier conflicts with Akbar. Prince Khusrau's rebellion in 1606 has already been mentioned. More significant was the deteriorating relationship with Prince Khurram Shah Jahan, who rebelled in 1622 after Jahangir reneged on an earlier promise to make him heir apparent. Though this rebellion was eventually resolved through negotiation, it reflected the recurring pattern of father-son conflict that characterized Mughal succession politics. Despite these personal and political challenges, Jahangir maintained to the end a deep appreciation for natural beauty and artistic achievement. His memoirs contain lyrical descriptions of Kashmir's landscapes, meticulous accounts of rare animals, and enthusiastic evaluations of architectural projects. This aesthetic sensibility, combined with his patronage of the arts, ensured that his reign, whatever its political limitations, would be remembered as a golden age of Mughal culture. By 1627, Jahangir's health had severely deteriorated. Seeking the restorative climate of Kashmir, he began a journey northward but died before reaching his destination, expiring at Bhimbar in modern Pakistan on October 28, 1627. He was 67 years old and had ruled for 22 years. Entitled The Aftermath of Jahangir's Death, The succession politics that had simmered during his final years erupted into open conflict. Nur Jahan attempted to secure the throne for her son-in-law Shahryar, but Asaf Khan, determined to see his son-in-law Shah Jahan crowned, acted decisively. He imprisoned Nur Jahan, executed Shahryar and other potential claimants, and secured the succession for Shah Jahan, who was campaigning in the Deccan at the time of Jahangir's death. Jahangir's legacy is often overshadowed by the more dramatic achievements of his father Akbar and son Shah Jahan. Yet his reign represents an important transitional period in Mughal history. Under his rule, the administrative systems established by Akbar were refined and stabilized, providing a foundation for the imperial zenith that would be reached under Shah Jahan. Culturally, Jahangir's patronage elevated Mughal artistic production to unprecedented heights of refinement and technical perfection. The paintings, architecture, and decorative arts produced during his reign represent some of the finest achievements of Indo-Islamic civilization, combining Persian aesthetics, Indian traditions, and selective European influences into a distinctive Mughal style. Politically, Jahangir's reign witnessed the continuation of Mughal expansion, particularly in the Deccan, laying the groundwork for the territorial maximum the empire would reach under Aurangzeb. At the same time, the increasing delegation of authority to provincial governors and the power wielded by court factions hinted at administrative challenges that would become more pronounced in later reigns. Perhaps Jahangir's most significant but ambiguous legacy was the precedent set by Nur Jahan's exceptional influence. Her de facto rule demonstrated both the possibilities for female agency within the ostensibly patriarchal Mughal system and the vulnerabilities of a system where formal power was increasingly separated from effective authority. This pattern of a nominal emperor influenced by powerful individuals behind the throne would recur throughout later Mughal history, often with less capable figures than Nur Jahan at the helm. Evaluating Jahangir's reign requires acknowledging both its accomplishments and limitations. He may not have been as visionary an empire builder as Akbar, or as magnificent a patron as Shah Jahan, but Jahangir preserved and in some ways enhanced the empire he inherited. His genuine intellectual curiosity, aesthetic sensibility, and relative religious tolerance maintained the best aspects of Akbar's legacy, even as his personal excesses and delegation of authority created vulnerabilities that his successors would struggle to address. In the grand narrative of Mughal history, Jahangir represents not so much a radical departure as a cultivated refinement of the imperial tradition established by his remarkable father. Abul Muzaffar Shahabuddin Muhammad Khurram, better known to history as Shah Jahan, King of the World, ascended the Mughal throne on February 4, 1628, 8 days after the death of his father Jahangir. Born on January 5, 1592, to Jahangir and his Rajput wife Jagat Gosain, Princess Manmati, Shah Jahan was 35 years old when he became emperor, already a seasoned military commander and provincial governor. His path to the throne had not been smooth. Despite being Jahangir's favorite son for much of his youth, Shah Jahan's relationship with his father deteriorated after 1622 when he rebelled against imperial authority. This rebellion, though eventually reconciled, forced him into a precarious position during Jahangir's final years. When the emperor died in October 1627, Shah Jahan was far from the capital, campaigning in the Deccan. The succession might have been contested had it not been for the decisive action of Shah Jahan's father-in-law, Asaf Khan, who secured the capital, imprisoned Nur Jahan, his own sister, but a supporter of rival Prince Shahryar, and eliminated other potential claimants to the throne. By the time Shah Jahan reached Agra in February 1628, the way had been cleared for his coronation. Shah Jahan's first actions as emperor established the pattern for his reign. He rewarded those who had supported his succession, particularly Asafi, Khan, who was elevated to the position of Khani Khanan, highest noble, and given unprecedented authority. Conversely, he punished those who had opposed him, including his stepmother Nur Jahan, who was placed under comfortable house arrest for the remainder of her life. The new emperor also moved quickly to eliminate potential rivals. His young nephews, sons of his deceased brothers Khusrau and Parviz, were executed or imprisoned. Though brutal by modern standards, this ruthless consolidation of power was consistent with Mughal succession practices, where fratricidal conflict was a recurring feature of transitions between reigns. With his position secure, Shah Jahan set about reorganizing the imperial administration. He recalled officials who had been dismissed during Nur Jahan's ascendancy and recalibrated the balance of power at court. Unlike his father, who had delegated substantial authority to others, Shah Jahan was determined to be actively involved in governance, establishing a more centralized and personally directed administrative style. Shah Jahan's reign witnessed significant military activity, though with mixed results. His campaigns can be broadly categorized into three theaters: the northwest frontier, the Deccan, and the eastern regions. In the northwest, Shah Jahan pursued the long-standing Mughal ambition to reclaim ancestral Central Asian territories. In 1638, Mughal forces under Ali Mardan Khan captured Kandahar from the Safavids, a significant strategic victory given the city's importance as a commercial center and gateway between India and Central Asia. However, this triumph proved temporary, as the Safavids recaptured Kandahar in 1649 despite repeated Mughal attempts to recover it. These failures in what became known as the Kandahar campaigns represented a significant strategic setback and financial drain on the empire. Further north, Shah Jahan conducted campaigns in Balkh and Badakhshan in modern Afghanistan between 1646 and 1647. Despite initial successes led by his son Murad Bakhsh and later Aurangzeb, these territories proved impossible to hold against local resistance and the harsh climate. The Mughals were ultimately forced to withdraw, abandoning their Central Asian ambitions. These defeats marked the effective end of Mughal attempts to extend their empire northwestward, confining their frontier to the Hindu Kush mountains. In the Deccan, Shah Jahan pursued a more successful expansionist policy. Building on earlier campaigns during Jahangir's reign, Mughal forces under commanders such as Khan Jahan Lodi and later Prince Aurangzeb undertook a systematic conquest of the northern Deccan. The Ahmadnagar Sultanate, weakened by internal divisions after the death of the formidable Malik Ambar, was finally annexed to the Mughal Empire in 1636. The kingdoms of Bijapur and Golconda were forced to acknowledge Mughal suzerainty and pay tribute, effectively becoming vassal states. These Deccan campaigns represented a significant extension of Mughal territory and influence southward. However, they also absorbed substantial imperial resources and laid the groundwork for future conflicts, as these regions never became fully integrated into the Mughal administrative system. In the east, Shah Jahan's forces campaigned in Bengal, Assam, and Cooch Behar. While Bengal was already under Mughal rule, imperial control was extended more firmly into adjacent regions. These eastern campaigns, though less celebrated than those in other theatres, contributed to the empire's territorial maximum reached during this period. By the mid-17th century, the Mughal Empire under Shah Jahan had reached its greatest territorial extent, encompassing most of the Indian subcontinent except for the southern tip. This vast domain, spanning from Afghanistan to Bengal and from Kashmir to the Deccan Plateau, represented the zenith of Mughal power. though maintaining control over this extensive territory increasingly strained imperial resources. Shah Jahan inherited a well-established administrative system from his predecessors, but introduced refinements that reflected his more centralized approach to governance. The Mansabdari system continued as the backbone of imperial organization, but Shah Jahan increased the number of high-ranking Mansabdars, nobles holding official positions, while reducing their individual power, a strategy designed to prevent any single noble from becoming too influential. The emperor was particularly attentive to the land revenue system, the primary source of imperial income. He continued the detailed assessment procedures established under Akbar and refined by Jahangir, ensuring that agricultural productivity was accurately measured and taxes were collected efficiently. While generally maintaining existing tax rates, he was known for occasional remissions during times of drought or crop failure, recognizing the importance of peasant welfare to the economic health of the empire. Under Shah Jahan, the imperial bureaucracy reached new levels of sophistication. Detailed record-keeping, standardized procedures, and regular inspections characterized administrative practice. The emperor himself reviewed important matters daily, maintaining personal oversight of governance. This hands-on approach, while effective during Shah Jahan's active years, would create vulnerabilities when his health declined later in his reign. Economically, Shah Jahan's era was marked by general prosperity, at least in the early and middle periods of his rule. Agricultural production remained the foundation of the economy, supplemented by flourishing trade both within the empire and with external partners. The Mughal state actively encouraged commerce by maintaining roads, providing security for merchants, and standardizing weights, measures, and coinage. International trade expanded significantly during this period, with Mughal India exporting textiles, spices, and luxury goods while importing horses, precious metals, and technological innovations. European trading companies, particularly the English and Dutch East India companies, established more permanent presences in Mughal ports, though still operating under imperial authority rather than as independent powers. This general prosperity, however, was accompanied by increasing financial strains created by Shah Jahan's expensive building projects and military campaigns. By the later part of his reign, the imperial treasury was showing signs of depletion, forcing the government to increase revenue demands and occasionally debase the coinage, measures that contributed to economic stress in some regions. If Akbar's court was characterized by intellectual experimentation and Jahangir's by artistic refinement, Shah Jahan's court was defined by its magnificent ceremonial and material splendor. The emperor cultivated an image of absolute authority and divine kingship, expressed through elaborate court rituals and unprecedented architectural grandeur. Court ceremonies reached new levels of formality under Shah Jahan. The emperor sat on the famous peacock throne, a dazzling seat encrusted with rubies, emeralds, and pearls, reportedly valued at the astronomical sum of 1 crore 10 million rupees. From this elevated position, he presided over carefully choreographed darbars, court assemblies, where nobles performed standardized prostrations, sidda and taslim, to acknowledge his supreme status. The hierarchical nature of the court was reinforced through rigid protocols governing who could stand where, speak when, and receive which honors. European visitors to Shah Jahan's court frequently commented on its overwhelming opulence and strict etiquette, which exceeded anything they had experienced in European royal courts of the time. Cultural production flourished under Shah Jahan's discriminating patronage. Literary works in Persian continued to be produced in abundance, with court poets such as Abu Talib Kalim and Qudsi enjoying imperial favor. Historical writing reached a high point, with works like the Padshah Nama by Abdul Hamid Lahori and later Muhammad Waris, which chronicled Shah Jahan's reign in meticulous detail. and was illustrated with exquisite miniature paintings. Mughal painting, during this period, continued the naturalistic tendencies established under Jahangir, but with a greater emphasis on formal court scenes and architectural settings. The color palette became more subdued, with artists favoring delicate pastel hues over the vibrant colors of earlier periods. Portraiture remained important, with artists like Chittaman and Bishita producing idealized but recognizable depictions of the emperor and his family. Music received substantial patronage, with the emperor himself being a skilled player of the veena, a stringed instrument. The classical traditions of both Hindu and Muslim musical lineages were supported at court, contributing to the development of what would later be called Hindustani classical music. Perhaps the most distinctive cultural aspect of Shah Jahan's reign was the refined courtly lifestyle it promoted. Etiquette, dress, language, and manners reached new levels of sophistication, establishing standards that would influence elite culture throughout South Asia for centuries. The Mughal court under Shah Jahan represented the pinnacle of Indo-Persian civilization, synthesizing Persian aesthetics, Indian traditions, and Islamic principles into a distinctive courtly culture. Shah Jahan's enduring legacy rests primarily on his extraordinary architectural patronage. His reign witnessed an unprecedented building boom that transformed the urban landscape of northern India and established a distinctive architectural style characterized by perfect proportions, symmetrical layouts, white marble construction, and delicate ornamentation. The emperor's most celebrated creation, the Taj Mahal in Agra, stands as the supreme achievement of Mughal architecture and one of the world's most recognized buildings. Constructed between 1632 and 1653 as a mausoleum for Shah Jahan's beloved wife Mumtaz Mahal, who died giving birth to their 14th child, the Taj represents the perfect synthesis of Persian, Indian, and Islamic architectural traditions. The Taj Mahal's distinctive features, its perfect symmetry, the luminous white marble that changes hue with the shifting daylight, the precisely proportioned dome, and the delicate inlay work, pietra dura, incorporating precious and semi-precious stones, established a visual vocabulary that would define Shah Jahan's architectural style. The surrounding Charbagh garden, reflecting pools, and red sandstone auxiliary buildings complement the main structure, creating a harmonious ensemble that embodies the Mughal aesthetic at its most refined. While the Taj Mahal may be Shah Jahan's most famous monument, it was far from his only significant architectural project. In Delhi, he constructed a new imperial capital, Shah Jahanabad, Old Delhi, centered around the massive Red Fort complex. Completed in 1648 after 9 years of construction, the Red Fort combined military functionality with palatial luxury, its imposing red sandstone walls enclosing marble palaces, audience halls, private apartments, gardens, and a mosque. Within the Red Fort, the Ariwanayam, Hall of Public Audience, with its ornate Emperor's Alcove, and the Diwani Khas, Hall of Private Audience, with its famous inscription, "If there is a paradise on earth, it is this, it is this, it is this," exemplify the sophisticated integration of form and function that characterized Shah Jahan's architectural vision. Nearby, the massive Jama Masjid, Friday Mosque, completed in 1656, demonstrated the emperor's commitment to Islamic piety while showcasing the grandeur of imperial patronage. In Agra, beyond the Taj Mahal, Shah Jahan extensively renovated the fort initially built by Akbar. The most significant addition was the Moti Masjid, Pearl Mosque, an exquisite structure of pure white marble. He also reconstructed many of the residential areas within the fort, replacing earlier red sandstone buildings with white marble pavilions featuring the characteristic Shah Jahani elements of cusped arches, slender columns, and intricate inlay work. Other notable architectural works from this period include the Moti Masjid in Delhi's Red Fort, the Wazir Khan Mosque in Lahore, and numerous gardens, tombs, and caravanserais throughout the empire. Collectively, these structures established a coherent architectural language that represented the Mughal Empire at its most confident and sophisticated. The vast scale of Shah Jahan's building projects required enormous resources, financial, human, and material. Thousands of laborers, craftsmen, and artists were employed, and materials were sourced from across the empire and beyond. White marble came from Makrana in Rajasthan, jade and crystal from Central Asia, turquoise from Persia, carnelian from Arabia, and diamonds from the mines of Golconda. The cost was tremendous. Contemporary accounts suggest that the Taj Mahal alone cost approximately 32 million rupees, a nearly incalculable sum in modern terms, while the construction of Shah Jahanabad reportedly required 60 million rupees. These expenditures, while creating architectural masterpieces that continue to define India's cultural heritage, placed significant strain on the imperial treasury and may have contributed to economic pressures in the latter part of Shah Jahan's reign. In matters of religion, Shah Jahan reversed some of the ecumenical policies of Akbar and Jahangir, adopting a more orthodox Sunni Islamic stance. Shortly after his accession, he ordered the demolition of some recently built Hindu temples and restricted new temple construction, though existing temples were generally left undisturbed. These measures reflected both personal religious conviction and political calculation as Shah Jahan sought to bolster his image as a defender of Orthodox Islam. The emperor's religious policy was also expressed through generous patronage of Islamic institutions. He built or renovated numerous mosques throughout the empire, supported religious scholars and Sufi saints, and made substantial donations to Muslim charitable foundations. The annual royal contributions to Mecca and Medina increased during his reign, affirming the emperor's status within the broader Islamic world. Despite this tilt toward orthodoxy, Shah Jahan did not completely abandon the pluralistic approach established by his predecessors. Hindus continued to hold high positions in the imperial administration and military, and the emperor maintained Rajput alliances through marriages and political partnerships. There was no return to the jizya tax on non-Muslims, which would be reintroduced by Aurangzeb, and no systematic persecution of non-Islamic faiths. Shah Jahan's religious policy thus represented a middle ground between Akbar's eclectic experimentalism and the stricter orthodoxy that would characterize Aurangzeb's reign. It reflected the emperor's personal piety and desire to be seen as a proper Muslim ruler, while acknowledging the practical necessities of governing a predominantly non-Muslim population. Shah Jahan's personal life was dominated by his relationship with his wife Mumtaz Mahal, born Arjumand Banu Begum, whom he married in 1612 when he was still Prince Khurram. Despite having other wives, as was customary for Mughal emperors, Shah Jahan's devotion to Mumtaz was extraordinary. She accompanied him on military campaigns, advised him on political matters, and bore him 14 children, 8 of whom survived to adulthood. Mumtaz's death in childbirth in 1631, while accompanying Shah Jahan on a campaign in the Deccan, devastated the emperor. His grief was so profound that he reportedly secluded himself for a year and emerged with his beard turned white. The Taj Mahal stands as the ultimate expression of his love and loss, a monument not just to Mumtaz, but to the ideal of romantic love itself. In his later years, Shah Jahan was closely supported by his eldest daughter, Jahanara Begum, who effectively assumed the role of First Lady of the Empire after her mother's death. Jahanara was not merely a symbolic figure, but an influential political actor with substantial wealth and authority. She was involved in diplomatic affairs, commercial ventures, and architectural patronage, establishing an important precedent for female agency within the imperial household. The defining crisis of Shah Jahan's later reign was the succession struggle among his sons. By 1657, the aging emperor, now in his mid-60s, was increasingly incapacitated by illness, though he had not formally designated a successor. Four of his sons, Dara Shikoh, Shah Shuja, Aurangzeb, and Murad Bakhsh, were positioned as potential heirs, each with their own power base and supporters. Dara Shikoh, the eldest and Shah Jahan's favorite, held the position of crown prince in all but name. Intellectually accomplished and religiously liberal, Dara represented a continuation of the syncretic traditions established by Akbar. Shah Shuja controlled Bengal, Aurangzeb governed the Deccan, and Murad Bakhsh was based in Gujarat, each building military strength in anticipation of the impending succession crisis. When false rumors of Shah Jahan's death circulated in September 1657, the latent tensions erupted into open warfare. Shah Shuja declared himself emperor in Bengal, Murad did the same in Gujarat, and Aurangzeb began marching north from the Deccan. Dara Shikoh, positioned at court, rallied imperial forces to defend his father's throne. The war of succession that followed was complex and brutal. Initially, Aurangzeb and Murad formed an alliance against Dara, defeating his forces at the Battle of Samugar in May 1658. Aurangzeb then imprisoned his father in Agra fort, betrayed and arrested Murad, and pursued Dara Shikoh across northern India. After defeating Shah Shuja as well, Aurangzeb had Dara captured, publicly humiliated, declared an apostate, and executed in August 1659. Shah Jahan, meanwhile, spent his final years as a prisoner in Agra fort, though housed in relative luxury with the companionship of his daughter, Jahanara. According to romantic legend, his apartments were positioned to allow him a view of the Taj Mahal, the monument to his greatest love. After 8 years of confinement, Shah Jahan died on January 22, 1666, at the age of 74. Aurangzeb, now firmly established as emperor, allowed his father to be buried beside Mumtaz Mahal in the Taj Mahal, reuniting the couple in death. Shah Jahan's 30-year reign, 1628-1658, represents the zenith of Mughal power and cultural achievement. Under his rule, the empire reached its greatest territorial extent, the administration functioned at peak efficiency, and the court attained unprecedented levels of refinement and luxury. The architectural masterpieces created during his reign, particularly the Taj Mahal, Red Fort, and Jama Masjid, stand as enduring monuments to the Mughal vision of perfected beauty and imperial grandeur. Yet Shah Jahan's reign also contained seeds of the difficulties that would plague the later Mughal period. The enormous expenditure on buildings and military campaigns strained the imperial treasury, potentially weakening the economic foundations of the empire. The shift toward greater religious orthodoxy, though moderate compared to what would follow, under Aurangzeb, began a move away from the inclusive policies that had facilitated Mughal rule over a diverse population. And the bloody succession war that concluded his effective reign established patterns of fratricidal conflict that would recur in subsequent generations. Historical evaluations of Shah Jahan often contrast the magnificence of his cultural patronage with the questionable wisdom of his financial and succession policies. Some historians view the reign as a golden age of Mughal civilization, while others see it as a period of superficial brilliance masking deeper structural problems. Perhaps the most balanced assessment recognizes both the genuine achievements of the era and the challenges it bequeathed to subsequent rulers. What remains undeniable is Shah Jahan's place as one of history's great architectural patrons. In the buildings he commissioned, perfect in proportion, exquisite in decoration, and profound in symbolic meaning, we find the supreme expression of Mughal aesthetic ideals. The Taj Mahal in particular, with its seamless integration of Persian, Islamic, and Indian elements, represents not just the culmination of Mughal architectural development, but one of humanity's greatest artistic achievements. In the final analysis, Shah Jahan may be seen as the emperor who brought the Mughal imperial vision to its most perfect material expression. The grandeur he cultivated, while sometimes crossing into extravagance, produced cultural monuments that continue to define India's heritage and capture the world's imagination. If Akbar established the Mughal Empire's political foundations and Jahangir refined its artistic sensibilities, it was Shah Jahan who gave the most complete expression to its aesthetic ideal, an ideal of harmony, proportion, and transcendent beauty that remains his enduring legacy to world civilization. Abul Muzaffar Muhyiddin, Muhammad Aurangzeb Alamgir, the sixth Mughal emperor, came to power through one of the bloodiest succession struggles in Mughal history. Born on November 3, 1618, the third son of Emperor Shah Jahan and his beloved wife, Mumtaz Mahal, Aurangzeb's path to the throne was neither straightforward nor guaranteed. His eventual victory over his brothers would shape not only his reign, but also the future trajectory of the empire. By 1657, the aging Shah Jahan had fallen seriously ill, triggering a war of succession among his four sons, Dara Shikoh, the eldest, and Shah Jahan's favorite, Shah Shuja, Aurangzeb, and Murad Bakhsh. Each prince commanded significant resources and military forces, with Dara positioned at court, Shah Shuja governing Bengal, Aurangzeb controlling the Deccan, and Murad ruling Gujarat. The conflict that ensued revealed Aurangzeb's extraordinary political and military acumen. Recognizing that Dara Shikoh represented the greatest threat, Aurangzeb formed a tactical alliance with his younger brother, Murad Bakhsh. Together they defeated Dara's forces at the Battle of Samugar in May 1658, allowing Aurangzeb to seize Agra and imprison his father in the fort. Having gained control of the capital and the person of the emperor, Aurangzeb systematically eliminated his rivals. He betrayed and imprisoned Murad Bakhsh, who would be executed in 1661, defeated Shah Shuja's forces, driving him to seek refuge in Arakan, where he was killed, and relentlessly pursued Dara Shikoh across northern India. When Dara was finally captured, Aurangzeb arranged for him to be declared an apostate from Islam, a serious charge given Dara's well-known interest in Hindu philosophy and Sufism, and had him executed in August 1659. On July 31, 1658, in the midst of this brutal struggle, Aurangzeb crowned himself emperor with the title Alamgir, World Caesar. Shah Jahan, though still alive, was confined to Agra fort for the remaining 8 years of his life, attended by his loyal daughter Jahanara. This imprisonment of his father, coupled with the execution of his brothers, established the ruthlessness that would characterize much of Aurangzeb's approach to power. The manner of Aurangzeb's ascension represented a significant departure from the relatively stable succession that had characterized the transitions from Akbar to Jahangir and Jahangir to Shah Jahan. While fratricidal conflict was not unknown in Mughal succession practices, the scale and intensity of Aurangzeb's campaign against his brothers, particularly the learned and liberal Dara Shikoh, would leave lasting scars on the empire's political culture and contribute to the polarized historical evaluations of his reign. Aurangzeb's religious policies mark the most significant departure from those of his predecessors and have remained the most controversial aspect of his rule. Unlike Akbar's eclectic spirituality, Jahangir's aesthetic tolerance, or Shah Jahan's moderate orthodoxy, Aurangzeb pursued a program of rigorous Islamic orthodoxy, seeking to align the Mughal state more closely with Sharia, Islamic law, principles. Earliest, in his reign, Aurangzeb signaled his religious orientation by adopting a relatively austere court style. He discontinued practices he considered un-Islamic, such as the ritual weighing of the emperor against gold and silver, the ceremonial darshan, public viewing of the emperor, from the palace balcony, and courtly music performances. He abandoned the custom of applying tilak, a Hindu ritual mark, on his forehead, and prohibited court astrologers from preparing the imperial horoscope. More consequentially, Aurangzeb implemented a series of policies that adversely affected non-Muslim subjects. In 1669, he issued orders for the destruction of newly built Hindu temples, though the enforcement of this edict varied considerably across the empire. In 1679, he reintroduced the jizya tax on non-Muslims, which had been abolished by Akbar a century earlier. This tax, while theoretically offsetting non-Muslims' exemption from military service in an Islamic state, was perceived as discriminatory by Hindu subjects and alienated many communities that had previously supported Mughal rule. Aurangzeb's religious policies extended beyond symbolic measures to substantive legal reforms. He commissioned the compilation of the Fatawa-e-Alamgiri, also known as Fatawa-e-Hindiya, a comprehensive digest of Hanafi Islamic jurisprudence that was intended to serve as a guide for the empire's judicial system. He appointed qazis, Islamic judges, throughout the empire, restricted the celebration of Hindu festivals in public spaces, and attempted to suppress practices he considered heterodox within the Muslim community itself, particularly those associated with Shia Islam and certain Sufi orders. The emperor's personal piety was undeniable. He memorized the Quran, observed Islamic rituals with punctilious attention, and eschewed luxuries common to Mughal royalty. He earned his living by copying the Quran and sewing caps rather than drawing his expenses entirely from the imperial treasury. Contemporaries noted that he ate simply, dressed modestly, and avoided alcohol and opium, in stark contrast to the more hedonistic lifestyles of his immediate predecessors. However, Aurangzeb's religious policies were not always as uniformly harsh as his detractors have suggested. His patronage of Hindu temples and officials has been documented in various regions, suggesting that practical political considerations often tempered ideological zeal. Recent scholarship has emphasized that many temple destructions attributed to Aurangzeb were specifically targeted at temples with political connections to rebels rather than representing indiscriminate iconoclasm. Nevertheless, the cumulative effect of Aurangzeb's religious policies was to weaken the pluralistic foundation of Mughal rule established by Akbar. Regions with large Hindu populations, particularly Rajputana and the Deccan, increasingly resisted imperial authority, viewing Mughal rule as an imposition of alien religious values rather than a legitimate political order that accommodated diversity. Despite the religious controversies that have dominated historical evaluations of his reign, Aurangzeb was first and foremost a military emperor who spent much of his nearly 50-year rule on campaign. Under his leadership, the Mughal Empire reached its greatest territorial extent, encompassing almost the entire Indian subcontinent. However, this expansion came at enormous cost in terms of resources, manpower, and political cohesion. In the northwest, Aurangzeb conducted campaigns against various tribal groups, particularly in the difficult terrain of Afghanistan. Though these campaigns achieved temporary successes, they failed to establish permanent Mughal control over the region. Kandahar, lost by Shah Jahan to the Safavids, remained beyond Mughal recovery despite Aurangzeb's ambitions in that direction. More significant were Aurangzeb's operations against the Rajput kingdoms. Initially, he maintained the alliances with Rajput houses established by his predecessors. However, tensions escalated in the 1670s due to a combination of factors including religious policy changes and succession disputes in Marwar, Jodhpur. The death of Raja Jaswant Singh of Marwar in 1678 precipitated a crisis when Aurangzeb attempted to annex the kingdom rather than recognizing Jaswant's posthumously born son as heir. This intervention sparked a prolonged conflict with the Rathore, clan of Rajputs joined by the Sisodias of Mewar, Udaipur. Though Mughal forces occupied Marwar and parts of Mewar, they faced sustained guerrilla resistance that drained imperial resources. The Rajput Wars damaged the crucial alliance system established by Akbar, alienating warrior clans that had provided essential military support to the Mughal state for generations. Aurangzeb's most ambitious and ultimately problematic military venture was his conquest of the Deccan. Building on earlier Mughal interventions in the region, he launched systematic campaigns against the remaining independent Deccan sultanates. Bijapur fell to Mughal forces in 1686 after a prolonged siege, followed by Golconda in 1687. These conquests extended Mughal territory deep into southern India, but controlling these new acquisitions proved enormously challenging. The most formidable resistance to Mughal expansion in the Deccan came from the Marathas, led by the charismatic guerrilla leader Shivaji Bhonsle. Emerging from the western Deccan, Shivaji employed innovative tactics including rapid cavalry movements, hill forts, and naval raids to harass Mughal forces. Though Aurangzeb temporarily neutralized Shivaji through diplomacy in 1666, the relationship soon deteriorated. Following Shivaji's dramatic escape from Mughal captivity, he built an independent Maratha state that directly challenged Mughal authority in the region. After Shivaji's death in 1680, Aurangzeb expected the Maratha resistance to collapse. Instead, under Shivaji's son Sambhaji and later leaders, it intensified. In 1682, Aurangzeb made the fateful decision to personally lead the Deccan campaigns, establishing his court in the field. What was intended as a brief expedition turned into a 25-year commitment that would consume the remainder of his reign. The Deccan campaigns became a quagmire that gradually exhausted imperial resources. While Aurangzeb achieved tactical victories, including the capture and execution of Sambhaji in 1689, the Marathas adopted a dispersed guerrilla strategy that made them virtually impossible to defeat conclusively. By the time of Aurangzeb's death in 1707, Maratha power had rebounded under Rajaram and Tarabai, and the Mughal position in the Deccan was precarious despite decades of costly warfare. The emperor's prolonged absence from northern India during these campaigns had significant consequences. The imperial centre weakened, provincial governors became increasingly autonomous, and rebellions flared in regions including Rajputana, Bundelkhand, and the Punjab. The Jats near Agra, the Sikhs in Punjab, and various tribal groups across northern India mounted increasingly effective challenges to Mughal authority, exploiting the concentration of imperial resources in the Deccan. Aurangzeb's military efforts thus presented a paradox. They expanded Mughal territory to its greatest extent, while simultaneously undermining the administrative, financial, and political foundations that made effective governance of this vast realm possible. The empire emerged from his reign, larger on the map, but fundamentally weaker as a state. As an administrator, Aurangzeb combined meticulous attention to detail with a commitment to Islamic principles of governance. He inherited the sophisticated Mughal administrative apparatus developed by his predecessors, but attempted to reform it in accordance with his religious and political vision. The Mansabdari system, the hierarchical organization of imperial officials, continued as the backbone of Mughal administration, but Aurangzeb introduced modifications aimed at reducing corruption and increasing efficiency. He ordered more frequent verification of troop strengths maintained by Mansabdars and intensified oversight of provincial governors. Administrative manuals produced during his reign, such as the Dastur al-Amal, provided detailed guidelines for revenue collection, judicial procedures, and official conduct. In matters of revenue, Aurangzeb maintained the basic assessment and collection methods established under Akbar, but emphasized stricter enforcement. The land tax remained the primary source of imperial income, typically set at 1/3 of agricultural produce, but varying based on crop types and land fertility. Aurangzeb personally reviewed revenue reports and demanded detailed explanations, for shortfalls exhibiting a level of micromanagement unusual even by Mughal standards. The emperor's efforts to align administrative practice with Islamic law affected various aspects of governance. He appointed qazis, Islamic judges, to administer justice according to Sharia principles, restricted practices considered un-Islamic such as gambling and consumption of intoxicants, and attempted to suppress corruption through moral exhortation, as well as practical measures. He abolished dozens of taxes deemed improper under Islamic law, though the revenue impact of these abolitions was partially offset by the reintroduction of the jizya. The economic conditions of the empire during Aurangzeb's reign present a complex picture. The early decades showed continued prosperity, with agriculture, trade, and manufacturing all flourishing. Foreign visitors continued to describe the Mughal domains as extraordinarily wealthy, with thriving cities, productive countryside, and active commercial networks. The textile industry, particularly cotton and silk production, reached new heights, with Indian fabrics in high demand throughout Asia, Europe, and Africa. However, the later part of Aurangzeb's reign saw increasing economic strains. The prolonged Deccan campaigns drained the imperial treasury, forcing the government to increase tax demands in core territories. These higher revenue expectations, combined with administrative disruptions caused by rebellions and the emperor's absence from northern India, created hardships for peasants and townspeople alike. Some regions experienced depopulation as farmers fled excessive taxation, while trade routes were disrupted by increasing insecurity in the countryside. The financial pressures became so severe that Aurangzeb was forced to melt down some of the silver railings from Shah Jahan's structures to mint coins. Despite his personal frugality, the emperor's military ambitions outstripped even the enormous resources of the Mughal state at its zenith. By the end of his reign, the financial foundation of the empire had been significantly weakened, limiting the options available to his successors. Aurangzeb's court presented a marked contrast to the splendor and artistic exuberance that had characterized those of his immediate predecessors. Rejecting what he perceived as extravagance and impiety, the emperor established a more austere court culture that emphasized Islamic orthodoxy over aesthetic refinement. The most visible change was in court ceremonies, which were simplified and stripped of elements considered un-Islamic. Aurangzeb discontinued the practice of Jaroka Darshan, the emperor's daily appearance at a palace window for the public to view, abolished the ceremonial weighing of the emperor against precious metals on his birthday, and reduced the ostentation of court rituals. The emperor himself dressed simply, often in white cotton rather than the brocaded silks favored by earlier Mughals. Music, which had flourished under previous emperors, suffered a decline in patronage. Aurangzeb, unlike his father and grandfather, who were accomplished musicians themselves, reportedly viewed music with suspicion on religious grounds. While historical accounts of his banning music appear exaggerated, musical performances continued in various contexts throughout his reign. There was undoubtedly a reduction in court sponsorship of musical development. Painting experienced a similar decline in imperial patronage. Aurangzeb did commission some illustrated manuscripts early in his reign, but his support for the imperial atelier was far less enthusiastic than that of his predecessors. The number of court painters decreased significantly, and the distinctive Mughal miniature tradition that had reached its zenith under Shah Jahan began a gradual decline. Some artists found alternative patronage with nobles or regional courts, leading to a decentralization of artistic production. Architecture under Aurangzeb reflected both his religious priorities and his more restrained aesthetic sensibilities. His most significant architectural commission was the Badshahi Mosque in Lahore, completed in 1673, which remains one of the world's largest mosques. Other notable structures from his reign include the Bibi Ka Maqbara in Aurangabad, built by his son Azam Shah as a mausoleum for Aurangzeb's wife Dilras Banu Begum, and the Moti Masjid, Pearl Mosque, within Delhi's Red Fort. These buildings, while impressive, generally lacked the innovative features and exquisite detailing that had distinguished Shah Jahan's monuments. They emphasized size and functionality over decorative elaboration, reflecting both Aurangzeb's personal taste and the increasingly strained imperial finances during his later years. Literary production, particularly in Persian, continued under Aurangzeb's patronage, though with a shift toward religious and administrative works rather than poetry and belles lettres. The compilation of the Fatawa-i-Alamgiri, a monumental digest of Islamic jurisprudence, represented the most significant scholarly project of the reign. Historical works such as the Alamgir Nama by Muhammad Kazim and later the Ma'asiri Alamgiri by Saki Mustaid Khan documented the events of the period, though without the lavish illustrations that had accompanied earlier Mughal chronicles. Perhaps the most significant cultural development during Aurangzeb's reign was the accelerating synthesis of Persian and indigenous elements in various regional contexts. As direct imperial patronage decreased, local courts and urban centers emerged as alternative cultural hubs, fostering distinctive regional expressions in literature, music, and visual arts. This decentralization, while sometimes viewed as a symptom of imperial decline, also represented the diffusion and indigenization of Indo-Persian culture throughout the subcontinent. The single greatest challenge to Aurangzeb's authority came from the Marathas, whose resistance has already been discussed in the context of the Deccan campaigns. However, numerous other opposition movements emerged during his long reign, collectively straining imperial resources and administrative capacity. The Sikhs, who had generally maintained cordial relations with earlier Mughal emperors, became increasingly militarized under Guru Tegh Bahadur and his son Guru Gobind Singh. The execution of Guru Tegh Bahadur in 1675 for refusing to convert to Islam according to Sikh tradition, though contemporary Mughal sources cite political offences, marked a turning point in Sikh-Mughal relations. Under Guru Gobind Singh, who established the Khalsa, the militarized Sikh Brotherhood, in 1699, the community became a formidable military force actively opposing Mughal authority in Punjab. The Jats, an agrarian community concentrated around Agra and Mathura, mounted a series of rebellions beginning in the 1660s. Though initially triggered by local grievances related to taxation and religious policies, these uprisings eventually developed into a more sustained challenge to Mughal control in the region. The Jat leader, Gokula, led a major rebellion in 1669, followed by further uprisings under Raja Ram Jat and others in subsequent decades. In Bundelkhand, the Bundela Rajputs under Champak Rai, and later his son, Chhatrasal, resisted Mughal expansion. Beginning in the 1670s, by the end of Aurangzeb's reign, Chhatrasal had established effective independence for the region, further fragmenting imperial control in central India. Various tribal groups, including the Bhils in western India and the Ahoms in Assam, successfully resisted Mughal attempts at subjugation. These peripheral challenges, while not existential threats to the empire, absorbed military resources and demonstrated the limits of Mughal power, even at its territorial maximum. Religious movements with political dimensions also emerged during this period. The Satnami sect, based in present-day Haryana, staged a violent uprising in 1672 that required substantial Mughal forces to suppress. The rebellion combined religious, social, and economic grievances and revealed the potential for millenarian movements to challenge imperial authority. These various rebellions, while differing in their specific causes and contexts, collectively reflected growing resistance to centralized Mughal control. Aurangzeb's religious policies alienated Hindu and Sikh communities, while his revenue demands and administrative interventions provoked opposition from regional elites accustomed to considerable autonomy. The emperor's responses, typically involving military suppression rather than political accommodation, often exacerbated the underlying tensions, creating cycles of rebellion and repression that gradually eroded imperial legitimacy and capacity. Understanding Aurangzeb's personal life provides crucial context for his policies and decisions as emperor. Unlike his predecessors, who left detailed memoirs or commissioned extensive biographical works, Aurangzeb prohibited the writing of an official history after the 10th year of his reign. This relative paucity of personal documentation has contributed to the polarized historical assessments of his character. What is clear is that Aurangzeb's austere personal habits and strict religious observance stood in marked contrast to the more hedonistic lifestyles of his immediate predecessors. He adhered rigorously to Islamic ritual obligations, spent hours in prayer and religious study, abstained from alcohol and other intoxicants, and limited his diet to simple fare. His personal frugality extended to his wardrobe. He preferred plain white cotton to elaborate court dress, and his living arrangements, which were modest compared to the luxurious quarters inhabited by earlier emperors. Aurangzeb's marriages were less numerous and less politically significant than those of his predecessors. His chief consort was Dilras Banu Begum, posthumously titled Rabia-ud-Dawrani, who bore him 5 children, including his eventual successor, Muazzam, later known as Bahadur Shah Bupiti. Following her death in 1657, Aurangzeb did not elevate another wife to comparable status, though he maintained a much smaller harem than was customary for Mughal emperors. The emperor's relationships with his children were complex and often strained. He was a demanding father who expected exemplary conduct and achievement from his sons, yet he remained suspicious of their ambitions given his own path to power through fratricidal conflict. In his later years, relations with his sons deteriorated as they grew impatient for succession, paralleling his own earlier rebellion against Shah Jahan. Intellectually, Aurangzeb was accomplished and diligent. He was well versed in Islamic theology and jurisprudence, fluent in Persian, Arabic, and various Indian languages, and maintained a lifelong habit of studying religious texts. His surviving correspondence reveals a precise, analytical mind and an attention to administrative detail that bordered on micromanagement. He personally reviewed petitions, revenue reports, and military dispatches well into his old age, displaying remarkable stamina and work ethic. The emperor's character combined seemingly contradictory elements: personal piety with political ruthlessness, intellectual sophistication with religious conservatism, military brilliance with strategic overreach. He could show clemency to defeated enemies one moment and order brutal executions the next. He abolished taxes deemed un-Islamic while imposing heavy financial burdens through constant warfare. These contradictions have made Aurangzeb one of history's most polarizing figures, alternately viewed as a principled defender of Islamic orthodoxy or a bigoted tyrant whose policies destroyed the pluralistic foundation of the Mughal Empire. Last decade of Aurangzeb's reign was marked by increasing military difficulties, administrative challenges, and personal isolation. Now in his 80s, the emperor remained in the Deccan, directing campaigns against the resurgent Marathas with diminishing success. Imperial forces that had once conquered kingdoms now struggled to protect supply lines and maintain territorial Control against guerrilla attacks, financial pressures, mounted as military expenses outpaced revenue collection. Provincial governors, operating with minimal supervision from the itinerant imperial court, increasingly acted as independent rulers, retaining revenue that should have flowed to the center. Core Mughal territories in northern India experienced rising disorder as the emperor's prolonged absence weakened central authority. Aurangzeb's correspondence from this period reveals a growing awareness of his failures. In a letter to one of his sons, he lamented, "I came alone, and I go as a stranger. I do not know who I am, nor what I have been doing." This introspective tone, rare in official Mughal documents, suggests the emperor recognized that his life's work was unraveling even as he persisted in the policies that contributed to its dissolution. On February 20, 1707, Aurangzeb died in Ahmednagar at the age of 88, having ruled for nearly 50 years, the longest reign of any Mughal emperor. In accordance with his wishes, he was buried in a simple tomb at Khuldabad near Aurangabad, without the monumental mausoleum that might have been expected for such a powerful ruler. His final resting place, an open-air grave covered only by soil and grass, reflected the personal austerity he had maintained throughout his life. Before his death, Aurangzeb divided the empire among his surviving sons, perhaps hoping to prevent the kind of fratricidal struggle that had marked his own ascension to power. This arrangement quickly collapsed, however, as Muazzam, who took the title Bahadur Shah the Fawaz, defeated his brothers in yet another war of succession, briefly reuniting the empire under his rule. Few figures in South Asian history have inspired such polarized historical assessments as Aurangzeb. These evaluations reflect not only scholarly interpretations of his policies, but also the continuing relevance of his reign to contemporary religious and political discourse in the region. Traditional historiography, particularly that influenced by colonial British perspectives, portrayed Aurangzeb as a religious fanatic whose intolerance reversed the pluralistic policies established by Akbar and accelerated the decline of the Mughal Empire. This view emphasizes his temple destructions, reimposition of the jizya tax, and conflicts with non-Muslim groups as evidence of religious bigotry that undermined the foundations of Mughal rule. Revisionist scholars, particularly in post-independence Pakistan, have offered more sympathetic interpretations, presenting Aurangzeb as a pious Muslim ruler who sought to govern according to Islamic principles while maintaining necessary pragmatism in administering a diverse empire. This perspective highlights his personal integrity, administrative diligence, and military accomplishments while contextualizing his religious policies within the political challenges he faced. More recent scholarship has attempted to move beyond these polarized views, examining Aurangzeb's reign in its full complexity. Historians now emphasize the diversity of his policies across time and space, noting that practices often varied significantly between different regions of the empire and different periods of his long reign. His temple demolitions, for example, were frequently targeted at specific structures associated with rebellion rather than representing indiscriminate iconoclasm, while his reimposition of the jizya operated alongside continued employment of Hindus at the highest levels of administration. What remains clear is that Aurangzeb's reign marked a crucial transition in Mughal history. The empire reached its territorial maximum under his rule, but simultaneously experienced the erosion of the administrative, financial, and ideological foundations that had supported its expansion. By attempting to impose greater religious orthodoxy, while pursuing unlimited territorial ambitions, Aurangzeb created tensions that his successors would be unable to resolve. Politically, Aurangzeb's legacy was the acceleration of centrifugal forces within the empire. His long absence from the imperial center, combined with the financial strains of constant warfare, weakened central authority and encouraged provincial autonomy. The alienation of Rajput allies and the emergence of powerful resistance movements such as the Marathas and Sikhs created challenges that would overwhelm his less capable successors. Culturally, Aurangzeb's de-emphasis of artistic patronage contributed to the decentralization of Indo-Persian culture. As imperial sponsorship declined, regional courts and urban centers emerged as alternative cultural hubs, fostering distinctive local expressions of the syncretic traditions developed under earlier Mughals. This process, while representing a kind of decline from the perspective of imperial centralization, also facilitated the deeper indigenization of Persianate culture throughout the subcontinent. Religiously, Aurangzeb's policies established precedents that would influence subsequent interactions between Islam and other faiths in South Asia. His attempts to align state policy more closely with Islamic orthodoxy created templates for later Muslim rulers, while simultaneously provoking Hindu, Sikh, and other resistance movements that developed their own religious political ideologies in opposition to perceived Islamic hegemony. In the final analysis, Aurangzeb emerges neither as the fanatic villain of colonial historiography, nor as the misunderstood hero of revisionist accounts, but as a complex ruler whose strengths and weaknesses both operated on an imperial scale. His personal discipline, administrative competence, and military skill extended Mughal power to its greatest territorial extent, while his religious policies, financial overreach, and strategic miscalculations accelerated processes of decline that would eventually lead to the empire's dissolution. In this sense, Aurangzeb represents both the culmination of Mughal imperial ambition and the beginning of its unraveling, a paradoxical legacy that continues to shape historical understanding of South Asia's early modern period. Mughal painting represents one of the most sophisticated artistic traditions of early modern Asia, synthesizing Persian techniques, Indian sensibilities, and selective European influences into a distinctive visual language. Over the course of approximately 2 centuries, this tradition evolved from its initial experimental phase to a period of classical refinement, before gradually decentralizing into various regional styles. The foundation for Mughal painting was established during Humayun's exile in Persia 1540-1555, where he encountered the flourishing Persian miniature tradition under Safavid patronage. When he regained his throne in India, Humayun brought with him 2 master Persian painters, Mir Said Ali and Abdus Samad, who would become the founding figures of the Mughal atelier workshop. Under Akbar's reign, 1556-1605, this nascent tradition expanded dramatically. The young emperor, despite being illiterate himself, was a passionate patron of illustrated manuscripts, commissioning ambitious projects that employed hundreds of artists. The imperial atelier integrated Persian masters with local Indian painters, particularly those trained in indigenous traditions such as the Jain manuscript painting of Gujarat and Rajasthan. This cultural fusion created a distinctive visual language that combined Persian compositional elegance with Indian colors, themes, and sensibilities. The most monumental project of Akbar's period was the Hamza-Nama, Adventures of Hamza, a series of approximately 1/400 large paintings on cloth illustrating a popular epic. Produced over 15 years, 1562-1577, this immense undertaking served as a training ground for the emerging Mughal style. Other significant works from this period included illustrated versions of the Akbarnama, Akbar's official biography, the Razamnama, Persian translation of the Mahabharata, and the Tarikh-i-Khandan-i-Timuriya, history of the House of Timur. Akbar period painting was characterized by dynamic compositions with multiple figures and narrative action, bright colors, and a blend of Persian and Indian elements. While technically sophisticated, these works often prioritized storytelling and dramatic effect, over the refined detailing that would characterize later Mughal painting. Under Jahangir in 1605 to 1627, Mughal painting reached its artistic zenith. The emperor, a connoisseur with a discriminating eye, favored quality over quantity, reducing the size of the imperial atelier but demanding extraordinary technical perfection from the remaining artists. Jahangir personally supervised their work, adding marginal notes, evaluating the paintings and suggesting improvements. Jahangiri painting shifted emphasis from narrative illustration to portraiture, natural history studies, and allegorical compositions. Portraits became psychologically insightful rather than merely formal representations, with artists such as Abul Hassan, titled Nadir-uz-Zaman, or Wonder of the Age, and Bishan Das capturing nuanced facial expressions and personality traits. Natural history painting flourished under specialists like Mansour, titled Nadir-ul-Asr, or Wonder of the Age, who produced meticulously accurate studies of plants, animals, and birds that combined artistic beauty with scientific observation. The palette became more subtle during this period, with delicate pastel hues often replacing the vibrant primary colors of Akbar's era. Compositions grew more restrained, frequently focusing on a single subject against a minimal background rather than crowded narrative scenes. European artistic techniques, introduced through works brought by Jesuit missionaries, influenced the development of perspective, modeling, and atmospheric effects in Mughal painting during this period. Under Shah Jahan, 1628-1658, Mughal painting maintained high technical standards while shifting toward increased formality. Court scenes depicting the emperor enthroned amid respectful courtiers became a predominant genre, reflecting Shah Jahan's emphasis on imperial dignity and ceremonial. The human figure was often reduced in scale within architectural settings, corresponding to the emperor's grand building projects. While technically accomplished, Shah Jahani painting occasionally sacrificed the psychological insight and naturalistic observation that had distinguished Jahangir's patronage in favor of idealization and decorative refinement. Aurangzeb's reign, 1658-1707, saw a significant decline in imperial patronage for painting, though not the complete suppression sometimes attributed to him. The emperor, concerned with orthodoxy and perpetual warfare, reduced support for the imperial atelier, causing many artists to seek patronage from nobles or regional courts. This decentralization accelerated trends already visible in late Shah Jahani painting, with distinctive provincial styles emerging in places like the Deccan, Awadh, Bengal, and Punjab. In these regional contexts, Mughal-derived painting often merged with local traditions, creating hybrid styles that maintained core Mughal technical elements while incorporating themes, colors, and compositional approaches specific to their new patrons. This process of diffusion and adaptation ensured that elements of Mughal visual language would continue to influence South Asian painting long after the empire itself had declined. The artistic achievement of Mughal painting lies not merely in its technical sophistication but in its successful synthesis of diverse visual traditions. By integrating Persian miniature techniques, Indian color sensibilities, European perspective concepts, and naturalistic observation, Mughal artists created a visual language of remarkable versatility and expressive power. Their works provide invaluable documentation of court life, historical events, natural history, and material culture, while simultaneously achieving heights of aesthetic refinement that place them among the world's great artistic traditions. Mughal architecture represents one of the most impressive architectural traditions of the early modern world, synthesizing Islamic, Persian, Central Asian, and indigenous Indian elements into a coherent style of extraordinary refinement. Over approximately 2 centuries, this tradition evolved from relatively modest beginnings to monumental achievements, leaving an indelible mark on the landscape of South Asia. The architectural legacy of Babur, r. 1526 till 1530, the founder of the Mughal dynasty, was limited by his short reign and the unsettled conditions of early conquest. His most significant contribution was the introduction of the Persian Chahar Bagh, four-garden concept, to India. This formal garden layout, with water channels dividing the space into quadrants, would become a defining element of Mughal landscape design. Babur established several such gardens, including the Baghi Nilufar at Dholpur and gardens in Agra, though few substantial structures from his time survive. Humayun's architectural patronage was similarly constrained by his interrupted reign, but his time in Persia exposed him to Timurid and Safavid building traditions that would profoundly influence later Mughal architecture. After his death, his widow Hamida Banu Begum commissioned his tomb in Delhi, designed by the Persian architect Mirza Ghias. Completed in 1572 during Akbar's reign, this structure represented a crucial transition point, combining Persian elements such as the double dome and Chahar Bagh setting with indigenous Indian building techniques and decorative motifs. The tomb established precedents for imperial Mughal mausoleums that would culminate in the Taj Mahal. Under Akbar, GB 1556-1605, Mughal architecture developed its distinctive character through ambitious building projects that reflected the emperor's syncretic vision. His first major undertaking was the Agra fort, begun in 1565, which transformed a military structure into a complex that included palaces, audience halls, mosques and gardens, all executed in red sandstone with selective white marble elements. The fort's massive walls and imposing gates projected imperial power while enclosing spaces of refined beauty and practical functionality. Akbar's most ambitious architectural project was Fatehpur Sikri, a new capital city built between 1571 and 1585 near Agra. This vast complex, constructed primarily in red sandstone, integrated Islamic, Persian, and indigenous Indian architectural elements into a coherent whole. Notable structures within Fatehpur Sikri include the Jama Masjid, Friday Mosque, with its monumental Buland Darwaza, Gate of Magnificence, the Diwani Khas, Hall of Private Audience, with its unique central pillar supporting a circular platform, and various palaces and administrative buildings arranged around courtyards. The architectural style developed at Fatehpur Sikri, characterized by the extensive use of red sandstone, intricate stone carving, innovative structural solutions, and the integration of elements from multiple building traditions, defined what is often called Akbari architecture. This style reflected the emperor's inclusive religious and cultural policies, while establishing a distinctively Mughal architectural language that would evolve over subsequent reigns. Jahangir, r. 1605-1627, more interested in painting and natural history than architecture, commissioned fewer major buildings than his father or son. Nevertheless, significant structures from his reign include the tomb of his father-in-law Itimad-ud-Dawla in Agra, often described as a jewel box for its delicate marble inlay work and often considered a precursor to the Taj Mahal. Jahangir also commissioned gardens in Kashmir and other regions, continuing the Mughal tradition of landscape architecture, and several forts and palaces that maintained the Akbari style while introducing more refined decorative elements. Mughal architecture reached its zenith under Shah Jahan, i.e. 1628-1658, whose reign witnessed a shift from the predominantly red sandstone construction of earlier periods to the extensive use of white marble. Shah Jahan's buildings are characterized by perfect proportions, symmetrical layouts, refined decorative techniques, particularly pietra dura or stone inlay, and an overall sense of harmonious beauty that represents the classical moment of Mughal architectural development. The emperor's most famous commission, the Taj Mahal, 1632-1653 in Agra, stands as the supreme achievement of Mughal architecture and one of the world's most recognized buildings. Constructed as a mausoleum for Shah Jahan's beloved wife Mumtaz Mahal, the Taj represents the perfect synthesis of Persian, Islamic and Indian architectural traditions. Its distinctive features, the luminous white marble that changes hue with the shifting daylight, the perfectly proportioned dome, the slender minarets, and the exquisite inlay work, established a visual vocabulary that would define Shah Jahan's architectural style. Shah Jahan's other major architectural project was the construction of a new imperial capital at Shah Jahanabad, Old Delhi, centered around the massive Red Fort complex. Completed in 1648, the fort combined military functionality with palatial luxury. Its imposing red sandstone walls enclosing marble palaces, audience halls, private apartments, and gardens. Within the fort, structures such as the Diwan-i-Am, Hall of Public Audience, with its ornate emperor's alcove, and the Diwani-Khas, Hall of Private Audience, with its famous inscription, "If there is a paradise on earth, it is this, it is this, it is this," exemplified the sophisticated integration of form and function that characterized Shah Jahan's architectural vision. The nearby Jama Masjid, completed in 1656, demonstrated the emperor's commitment to Islamic piety while showcasing the grandeur of imperial patronage. With its vast courtyard, imposing entrance staircases, and distinctive black and white marble domes, the mosque remains one of the largest in India and a defining landmark of Old Delhi. Under Aurangzeb, or 1658-1707, Mughal architecture continued, but with subtle shifts reflecting the emperor's more austere religious orientation and the increasing financial constraints of perpetual warfare. His most significant architectural commission was the Badshahi Mosque in Lahore, completed in 1673, which remains one of the world's largest mosques. Other notable structures from his reign include the Moti Masjid, Pearl Mosque, within Delhi's Red Fort, and the Bibi Ka Maqbara in Aurangabad, built by his son Azam Shah as a mausoleum for Aurangzeb's wife Dilras Banu Begum, and sometimes called the Mini Taj for its architectural similarities to the Taj Mahal. These buildings maintained the technical sophistication established under Shah Jahan, but generally favored functionality over decorative elaboration. Religious structures predominated over palaces and pleasure gardens, reflecting Aurangzeb's priorities, while the scale of imperial patronage decreased as military expenses consumed an ever larger proportion of state resources. After Aurangzeb, as the empire declined politically, Mughal architectural traditions continued to evolve in regional contexts. Successor states, and eventually the British Raj adopted and adapted elements of Mughal building style, creating hybrid forms that testified to the enduring influence of the tradition established under the great Mughals. The significance of Mughal architecture extends beyond its aesthetic achievement. These buildings represented imperial power and legitimacy, religious piety, cultural refinement, and technological sophistication. They shaped the urban environments of major South Asian cities, established enduring patterns for the organization of space, and continue to serve as powerful symbols of India's composite cultural heritage. The engineering and craftwork traditions developed for Mughal monuments preserved and transmitted technical knowledge that might otherwise have been lost, while the buildings themselves remain invaluable historical documents of their era's material, culture, social organization, and worldview. The Mughal era witnessed significant literary developments across multiple languages, reflecting the empire's multicultural character and its role as a crucible for cultural synthesis. Imperial patronage, combined with broader social and linguistic changes, fostered literary production that ranged from court chronicles to devotional poetry, philosophical treatises to romantic epics. Persian served as the official language of the Mughal court and administration, continuing a tradition established by the Delhi Sultanate. Knowledge of Persian was essential for administrative service, diplomatic correspondence, and cultural prestige, creating demand for Persian language instruction throughout the empire. The Mughals' use of Persian connected them to the broader Persianate cultural world stretching from the Ottoman Empire to Central Asia, while simultaneously developing distinctively Indian forms of Persian expression. Historical writing in Persian reached particular heights under Mughal patronage. Babur's memoirs, the Baburnama, written in Chagatai Turkic but quickly translated into Persian, established a tradition of imperial autobiography that would be continued by Jahangir in the Tuzuk-i-Jahangiri. Official court chronicles, such as the Akbarnama by Abul Fazl, the Padshahnama on Shah Jahan's reign, and the Alamgirnama covering the early years of Aurangzeb's rule, documented imperial achievements in sophisticated prose, accompanied by elaborate illustrations. Beyond historical works, Persian literary production under the Mughals encompassed poetry, scientific treatises, religious texts, and translations. Major Persian poets associated with the Mughal court included Faizi, Akbar's poet laureate, Urfi Shirazi, Talib Amuli, Kalim Kashani, and Abu Talib Kalim. These poets worked within established Persian literary conventions while developing styles, influenced by their Indian context, contributing to what has been called the Sabki Hindi or Indian style in Persian literature, characterized by complex imagery and metaphysical themes. A significant development in Mughal literary patronage was the translation of Sanskrit works into Persian, making Hindu literary and philosophical traditions accessible to the Persian reading elite. Under Akbar, works such as the Mahabharata, translated as the Razamnama, the Ramayana, and the Atharva Veda were rendered into Persian. These translations, often lavishly illustrated, reflected Akbar's inclusive religious policy while enriching Persian literary culture with Indian content. Sanskrit, though no longer the administrative language it had been under some pre-Muslim dynasties, continued to flourish under specific Mughal patronage and in traditional centers of learning. Akbar and Jahangir patronized Sanskrit scholars, with figures such as Mahesh Thakur receiving land grants to support Sanskrit studies. Some Hindu courtiers, like Raja Birbal and Raja Man Singh, supported Sanskrit literary production, while regional courts maintained by Mughal vassals often provided more substantial patronage. Sanskrit works produced during the Mughal period included commentaries on classical texts, devotional literature, historical kavyas, epic poems, and technical treatises on subjects ranging from astronomy to poetics. The interaction between Sanskrit and Persian literary cultures, while limited by linguistic and religious differences, nevertheless produced significant cross-fertilization, particularly in fields like astronomy, medicine, and mathematics, where practical knowledge transcended cultural boundaries. Regional languages, including Braj Pasha, Awadhi, Bengali, Punjabi, Rajasthani, Marathi, and others, experienced significant literary development during the Mughal period, while imperial patronage focused primarily on Persian and, to a lesser extent, Sanskrit. Regional courts, religious institutions, and merchant communities supported vernacular literary production that often reached broader audiences than elite Persian or Sanskrit works. The Bhakti, devotional, and Sufi traditions, which had begun to flourish before the Mughal era, continued to produce major works in various regional languages. Poets like Tulsidas, whose Ramcharitmanas retold the Ramayana in Awadhi, Surdas, who composed devotional lyrics to Krishna in Braj Bhasha, and Kabir, whose verses in a Hindi dialect questioned religious orthodoxies, created works that remain foundational to North Indian literary and religious traditions. In Bengal, Vaishnava poets continued the tradition established by Chaitanya, while in Maharashtra, the Abhangas, devotional verses of figures like Tukaram and Eknath, reached wide audiences. Perhaps the most significant linguistic development of the Mughal period was the emergence of what would eventually be called Urdu, literally camp language. Developing from the interaction of Persian with local North Indian dialects, particularly in military camps and urban centers where speakers of different languages needed to communicate, this hybrid language gradually evolved into a sophisticated literary medium. Initially known as Hindi, Rekhta, or Hindavi, it combined Persian vocabulary and certain grammatical features with the structure of indigenous Indo-Aryan languages. During the Mughal period, this evolving language was primarily a spoken medium and a practical lingua franca rather than a language of high literature or administration. However, by the late 17th and early 18th centuries, it began to develop a significant written tradition, initially using Persian script. The earliest Urdu literary works were primarily poetry in genres adapted from Persian tradition, such as the ghazal, lyric poem, and masnavi, narrative poem. Poets such as Wali Dakani (1667–1707) are considered pioneers of Urdu literary tradition that would flourish in the post-Mughal era. The linguistic landscape of Mughal India reflected the empire's multicultural character and facilitated various forms of cultural synthesis. Persian provided administrative functionality and connected the empire to broader Islamic civilizational currents. Sanskrit maintained continuity with classical Indian traditions. Regional languages served the devotional and practical needs of diverse populations, and emerging hybrid forms like Urdu embodied the cultural mixing that characterized the period. This complex linguistic ecology supported a literary culture of remarkable diversity and sophistication. Works produced under Mughal patronage or influence ranged from secular to religious, elite to popular, conservative to innovative. Collectively, they document the intellectual vibrancy of the period while establishing literary traditions that continue to shape South Asian cultural expression into the present day. The Mughal period witnessed a remarkable flowering of musical traditions that synthesized Persian, Central Asian, and indigenous Indian elements into new forms. Imperial patronage, combined with the broader cultural exchanges facilitated by the empire's size and diversity, created conditions for musical innovation while preserving and refining earlier traditions. Babur and Humayun, the first Mughal emperors, brought Central Asian and Persian musical traditions to India. These included the sophisticated modal system of Persian music and instruments such as the rabab, a stringed instrument, and the chang, a type of harp. Akbar, continuing this tradition of patronage, assembled musicians from various backgrounds at his court, facilitating unprecedented cultural exchange. The most celebrated musician of Akbar's court was Tansen, one of the 9 jewels, Navaratnas, and a figure who has acquired almost legendary status in Indian musical history. Originally from Gwalior and trained in multiple traditions, Tansen is credited with codifying and developing what would later be called Hindustani classical music. He reportedly composed hundreds of works in various ragas, melodic frameworks, and is associated with the creation or refinement of several major ragas that remain in the classical repertoire, including Miyan Ki Malhar and Darbari Kannada. Akbar's inclusive approach to music reflected his broader cultural policies. His court included Muslim musicians from Persian traditions, Hindu musicians trained in ancient Indian systems, and performers from regional traditions throughout the subcontinent. This convergence of diverse musical knowledge created a cosmopolitan court culture in which innovation was valued alongside preservation of established forms. The synthesis continued under Jahangir, himself an accomplished musician. His court maintained the traditions established under Akbar, while introducing further refinements. The emperor's memoirs mention musical performances and musicians, indicating their valued place in court life. Shah Jahan, also musically trained, continued this patronage, with court musicians such as Lal Khan achieving prominence during his reign. Aurangzeb's relationship with music was more complex. While traditional accounts suggesting he banned music appear exaggerated, musical performance continued in various contexts throughout his reign. There was undoubtedly a reduction in court patronage that encouraged musicians to seek support from regional courts and lesser nobles. This decentralization, while representing a challenge for court musicians, ultimately facilitated the diffusion of Mughal musical traditions throughout India. Several key developments in Indian musical history are associated with the Mughal period. The systematic organization of ragas into categories, the refinement of musical instruments like the sitar, which evolved from Persian predecessors, and the development of the khyal form of vocal music, which would eventually supersede Drupadi as the predominant classical vocal style, all occurred during these centuries. The evolution of Drupad, a form of classical vocal music with ancient Indian roots, illustrates the synthetic nature of Mughal musical culture. Initially associated with Hindu temple traditions, Drupad was adapted for court performance under Muslim patronage, acquiring new textual themes while maintaining its structural integrity. Major Drupad performers such as Baiju Bawra and the founders of the Dagavani tradition flourished under Mughal support, creating a classical idiom that transcended religious and cultural boundaries. Instrumental music also flourished, with instruments from various traditions being adapted and refined. The sitar, tabla, sarod, and shenai, instruments now considered quintessentially Indian, all evolved during this period through the interaction of Persian, Central Asian, and indigenous traditions. Court ensembles included vocalists, instrumentalists, and percussionists performing in carefully coordinated ensembles as depicted in numerous Mughal miniature paintings. Dance traditions under the Mughals underwent similar processes of synthesis and refinement. Kathak, now recognized as one of India's classical dance forms, evolved significantly during this period. Originally associated with narrative traditions in Hindu temples, the name derives from Katha, meaning story. Kathak was adapted for court performance, incorporating Persian aesthetic elements and developing the intricate footwork patterns and rhythmic sophistication for which it is now known. Court dancers, including both men and women, performed at imperial ceremonies, entertainment events, and private gatherings. Their performances combined technical virtuosity with dramatic expression, often illustrating themes from Persian poetry or Indian mythology. As depicted in Mughal paintings, these performances featured elaborate costumes, precise gestures, and complex choreographic patterns underlining the sophisticated artistic standards of the imperial court. Beyond the court context, the Mughal period saw the development of diverse regional and community-specific musical traditions influenced to varying degrees by imperial styles. Qawwali, the devotional music associated with Sufi shrines, incorporated Persian poetic forms with Indian melodic structures to create a powerful devotional expression that transcended communal boundaries. Similarly, various forms of folk music absorbed elements of courtly tradition while maintaining their distinctive regional character. The system of musical patronage established under the Mughals profoundly shaped the development of Indian music. Musicians were typically affiliated with courts through Jajmani arrangements, receiving regular stipends and land grants in exchange for their services. This institutional support allowed for the transmission of musical knowledge through hereditary lineages, gharanas, that preserved specialized techniques and repertoire. When imperial patronage declined in the later Mughal period, many musicians moved to regional courts, spreading sophisticated musical traditions throughout the subcontinent. The musical legacy of the Mughal era extends far beyond the specific forms and techniques developed during those centuries. By facilitating the synthesis of diverse traditions, establishing institutional structures for musical training and performance, and elevating music's status as a refined art requiring both theoretical knowledge and practical skill, the Mughal period established foundations for classical, semi-classical, and many folk traditions that continue to enrich South Asian cultural life today. The garden tradition established by the Mughals represents one of their most distinctive and enduring cultural contributions, synthesizing Persian templates with Indian conditions and aesthetics. Mughal gardens created idealized natural environments that served multiple functions: pleasure grounds, settings for court ceremonies, symbols of imperial power, and metaphorical representations of paradise. The concept of the formal garden was introduced to India by Babur, who established several chahar bags, four gardens, following Persian models he had known in his Central Asian homeland. These gardens featured a quadripartite layout divided by water channels representing the four rivers of paradise described in Islamic tradition. Babur's memoirs express his delight in creating these ordered landscapes, which provided both aesthetic pleasure and familiar surroundings in his newly conquered territories. Under Akbar, the garden tradition expanded in scale and sophistication. Gardens became integral elements of imperial architecture, providing settings for tombs, palaces, and pleasure pavilions. The extensive gardens at Fatehpur Sikri demonstrated the integration of landscape design with architectural planning, creating unified environments where natural and constructed elements complemented each other. Jahangir, with his deep appreciation for natural beauty, was particularly enthusiastic about garden development. He extended the Mughal garden tradition to Kashmir, establishing the famous Shalimar Bagh and other gardens that took advantage of the region's abundant water and temperate climate. His memoirs contain lyrical descriptions of these gardens, noting specific plants, seasonal changes, and the emotional effects of different landscape features. Shah Jahan brought the Mughal garden tradition to its highest development, particularly in the gardens surrounding major monuments such as the Taj Mahal. Here, the Chahar Bagh layout achieved perfect symmetry and proportional harmony, with water, channels, raised pathways, geometric flower beds, and carefully placed trees, creating a progression of visual experiences leading to the main architectural feature. The reflecting pools that mirror the Taj Mahal exemplify the sophisticated integration of architecture and landscape characteristic of Shah Jahan's projects. The typical Mughal garden combined functional and symbolic elements in a unified design. Practical features included irrigation systems that channeled water through visible conduits and fountains while simultaneously watering plants, terraced layouts that accommodated natural topography while creating dramatic visual effects, and plant selections that provided shade, fruit, and flowers in different seasons. Symbolic aspects included numerical symbolism in the quadripartite layout, representations of paradise in the water channels and ordered plantings, and demonstrations of human mastery over nature through geometric designs and controlled water features. The planting schemes of Mughal gardens balanced aesthetic and practical considerations. Shade trees such as chinars, plane trees, cypresses, and fruit trees were arranged in regular patterns along pathways and water channels. Flowering plants, including roses, jasmine, and various bulbs, provided seasonal color and fragrance. Fruit trees and vegetable plots, often integrated into the overall design, supplied the imperial table with fresh produce, making these gardens productive as well as beautiful spaces. Water management represented a particular triumph of Mughal garden engineering. In a climate with distinct wet and dry seasons, Mughal garden designers developed sophisticated systems to collect, store, and distribute water for both practical irrigation and aesthetic display. Stepped terraces created the hydraulic pressure needed for fountains. Underground channels transported water to different garden sections, and various fountain designs, from simple jets to elaborate cascades, animated the garden with movement and sound. Beyond the imperial context, the Mughal garden tradition influenced broader landscape practices throughout their domains. Regional rulers emulated imperial models in their own domains. Wealthy merchants and nobles created smaller versions in urban settings, and certain features of the tradition were adapted for public spaces, such as the grounds surrounding shrines and temples. This diffusion ensured that elements of the Mughal garden aesthetic would survive the empire's political decline. Several Mughal gardens have survived with sufficient integrity to illustrate their original design principles. These include the gardens surrounding the Taj Mahal in Agra, Humayun's tomb, and the Lodi Gardens in Delhi, the Shalimar Bagh and Nishat Bagh in Kashmir, and various gardens in Lahore, including those at the Lahore Fort and the Shalimar Garden. Though altered by time, climate change, and shifting maintenance practices, these living landscapes provide tangible connections to the Mughal aesthetic vision. The Mughal garden tradition represents a successful transplanting and adaptation of Persian garden ideals to the Indian subcontinent. By responding sensitively to local conditions while maintaining core design principles, Mughal garden designers created landscapes of enduring beauty and cultural significance. Their integration of practical functionality with symbolic meaning, technical sophistication with aesthetic refinement, and geometric order with natural elements produced a garden tradition that continues to influence landscape design while providing physical reminders of the Mughal cultural achievement. The Mughal Empire witnessed remarkable achievements in textile production, carpet making, and various decorative arts, creating luxurious material culture that reflected the dynasty's wealth, aesthetic sophistication, and cosmopolitan outlook. Imperial patronage combined with regional craft traditions and international trade connections to stimulate innovation while maintaining exceptional quality standards. Textile production represented one of the most economically significant and artistically accomplished industries of the Mughal period. India had long been renowned for its cotton textiles, but under Mughal patronage, the variety, technical sophistication, and artistic refinement of textile products reached new heights. Imperial workshops, karkhanas, employed skilled artisans who created fabrics for the court, while regional centers specialized in particular techniques and styles. Cotton production and processing reached extraordinary levels of refinement. Mughal India was famous for muslins so fine they were poetically described as woven air, or morning dew, particularly those produced in Dhaka, in modern Bangladesh. These fabrics, sometimes so delicate they could be pulled through a ring, represented the pinnacle of cotton spinning and weaving technology achieved without mechanization. Silk weaving flourished in centers such as Gujarat, Banaras, Varanasi, and Bengal. Techniques included complex draw-loom weaving for figured silks, various kinds of brocading with gold and silver thread, zari, and specialized methods for creating patterned textiles. Mughal silk designs often featured naturalistic floral patterns reflecting the dynasty's interest in botanical themes, though geometric patterns and Persian-influenced motifs were also common. Textile decoration employed various techniques, often in combination. Block printing, resist dyeing, including bandhani tie-dye and various forms of ikat, embroidery, and painting were used to create patterned fabrics for clothing, furnishings, and architectural applications such as tent linings and canopies. Particularly renowned was chintz, cotton fabric with painted or printed designs that was highly prized for export to Europe, sparking India crazes that European manufacturers struggled to imitate. Carpet weaving, introduced to India from Persia, developed distinctive characteristics under Mughal patronage. The earliest Mughal carpets closely followed Persian Safavid models in both technique and design, but by the late 16th century, distinctively Indian elements began appearing in carpet patterns. These included naturalistic floral designs similar to those in Mughal painting, with recognizable species such as poppies, irises, and lilies arranged in flowing compositions rather than the more stylized patterns typical of Persian carpets. Technically, Mughal carpet production centered on knotted pile carpets using asymmetrical Persian knots, though flat woven durries and other techniques were also practiced. Materials included wool, silk, and cotton, sometimes with metal-wrapped threads for luxury pieces. While Kashmir developed a reputation for fine silk carpets, significant production also occurred in workshops at Lahore, Agra, Delhi, and other centers. Notable examples of Mughal carpet art include the famous Girdler's carpet, now in London, the Emperor's carpet in the Metropolitan Museum of Art, and various examples in Indian collections. These pieces display the distinctive combination of Persian structural traditions with increasingly Indianized design elements that characterized Mughal carpet production. Metalwork under the Mughals encompassed both practical and decorative objects, often combining utility with extraordinary artistic refinement. Bidri ware, a zinc alloy inlaid with silver developed in the Deccan region, was used for hookah, bases, ewers, boxes, and other objects. Steel production reached high levels of technical achievement, particularly in the creation of woots. Steel, bulat, used for swords and daggers with distinctive watermarked patterns. Jewelry and gemstone crafts flourished under imperial patronage, with the Mughals becoming legendary for their accumulation and artistic use of precious stones. The imperial treasury contained extraordinary gems, including the famous Koh-i-Noor diamond. These stones were set in elaborate jewelry pieces including turban ornaments, sarpech, necklaces, armbands, and rings, often using the kundan technique, where gold foil was pressed around gems to create a seamless setting. Jade carving, particularly of white nephrite from Central Asia, became a significant art form under the Mughals. Artisans created delicate wine cups, boxes, hilts for weapons, and other objects from this challenging material, often inlaying them with precious stones using the technique known as parchinkari. The Mughal appreciation for jade reflected both aesthetic preferences and traditional Central Asian beliefs in the stone's protective properties. Ceramics during the Mughal period showed diverse influences. Though China remained the primary source for high-quality porcelain, local pottery traditions continued and in some cases adopted decorative motifs from imperial art. Archaeological excavations at Mughal sites have revealed Chinese porcelains, alongside indigenous wares, illustrating the cosmopolitan material culture of the period. Book arts reached particular heights of refinement under Mughal patronage. Beyond the paintings discussed earlier, manuscript production involved sophisticated calligraphy, illumination, binding, and papermaking. Calligraphers were highly respected artists, with masters such as Muhammad Hussain Kashmiri titled Zarin, Kalam or Golden Pen, creating works that were valued as much for their beautiful Nastaliq script as for their content. Bookbinding techniques included tooled leather covers, sometimes with cut-out designs backed with colored paper or fabric, and lacquer painting for especially luxurious volumes. The decorative arts of Mughal India were characterized by certain recurring aesthetic features, a preference for naturalistic floral designs, exquisite technical execution, the integration of elements from Persian, Central Asian, and indigenous Indian traditions, and a balance between formal pattern and organic representation. These features appeared across different media, creating a coherent visual language that identified objects as products of Mughal court culture. Production of these luxury goods occurred in various contexts: imperial workshops, karkhanas, employed artisans who worked directly for the court, while guilds in urban centers produced goods for wider markets. Knowledge was typically transmitted through apprenticeship within families or craft communities, creating lineages of specialized expertise that preserved techniques across generations. The decorative arts of the Mughal period not only reflected the empire's wealth and aesthetic sophistication, but also facilitated cultural exchange through diplomatic gifts and trade. Mughal textiles, carpets, metalwork, and other luxury goods were prized throughout Asia and Europe, influencing design traditions in distant regions while spreading awareness of the empire's cultural achievements. These material expressions of Mughal civilization, many preserved in museums worldwide, provide tangible connections to the refined court culture that produced them and the broader social world in which they circulated. The Mughal administrative system represented one of history's most sophisticated pre-modern bureaucracies, combining elements from Persian, Turkic, and indigenous Indian traditions into a flexible structure capable of governing an enormous and diverse empire. At the heart of this system was the central administration, a complex organizational framework that extended imperial authority from the court to the countryside. At the apex of the administration stood the emperor, the absolute sovereign whose authority was theoretically unlimited. Mughal political theory, influenced by Persian concepts of kingship, portrayed the emperor as God's representative on earth, responsible for maintaining justice and order. This semi-divine status was reinforced through elaborate court rituals, magnificent regalia, and carefully managed public appearances that underscored the emperor's elevated position. Despite this absolute authority in theory, practical governance required the emperor to work through a structured administrative apparatus. The central administration under the Mughals was organized into departments or ministries, each responsible for specific aspects of imperial governance. While the exact structure evolved over time, by Akbar's reign, the system had crystallized into a relatively stable form that would persist with modifications throughout the empire's height. The most important administrative division was between the military political apparatus and the financial revenue system. This distinction, with roots in earlier Islamic administrative practice, recognized the different expertise required for military command versus fiscal management. The separation created institutional checks and balances that prevented any single official from accumulating excessive power, though in practice high-ranking nobles often held positions in both systems. The military political administration was headed by the vakil, regent or prime minister, though this position's importance varied considerably depending on the emperor's personal style of governance and the individual occupying the role. Under strong emperors like Akbar and Shah Jahan, the vakil functioned more as a senior advisor than an independent power, while during minority reigns or under less assertive sovereigns, the position could wield substantial executive authority. Other key positions in the military political administration included the Mir Bakshi, Paymaster General, who managed the complex system of military assignments and payments through the Mansabdari system, the Mir Tuzuk, Master of Ceremonies, who organized court rituals and enforced protocol, and the Daroga-e-Dak Chowki, Superintendent of Postal Stations, who oversaw the crucial imperial communication network. Military commands, Subadaris, in various provinces represented extensions of this central apparatus into the regions. The financial administration was headed by the Diwan-e-Ala, Chief Finance Minister, who supervised the empire's complex revenue system. The Diwan's responsibilities included assessing and collecting land revenue, the primary source of imperial income, maintaining treasury accounts, dispersing funds for approved expenses, and ensuring that the financial machinery functioned efficiently at all levels from village to province. Under the chief diwan served a hierarchy of specialized officials. The mushrif, accountant, recorded all financial transactions. The mustawfi, auditor, verified these accounts. The Khazanadar, treasurer, managed the physical storage of funds, and various regional diwans oversaw financial matters in the provinces. This financial apparatus maintained detailed records of land productivity, ownership patterns, revenue assessments, and actual collections, creating what was for its time an extraordinarily data-rich administrative system. The judicial system represented another crucial aspect of central administration. While the emperor was theoretically the fountain of justice and personally heard certain cases, day-to-day judicial administration operated through specialized officials. The Qazi-ul-Quzat, chief judge, oversaw the network of qazis, judges, who administered Islamic law, Sharia, in cases involving Muslims. Parallel systems existed for Hindu subjects, who were generally governed by their own religious laws in personal matters, with various local officials and panchayats, village councils, addressing disputes according to customary practices. The intelligence apparatus formed a critical, though less visible component of central administration. The Waqia Navis, news writers, and Khufia Navis, secret writers, maintained networks of informants throughout the empire, reporting directly to the emperor on conditions in the provinces, the conduct of officials, and potential threats to imperial authority. This information system allowed the center to monitor distant regions and provided a check on the power of provincial governors and local elites. Administrative communication relied on an efficient postal system, DAC, that connected the imperial center with provincial capitals and major towns. Runners, horsemen, and boat services transported official correspondence along established routes dotted with rest houses, DAC chowkis, where messengers could refresh themselves and transfer documents to the next carrier. For urgent communications, the system could achieve remarkable speeds, with reports from distant provinces reaching the imperial court within days rather than weeks. Record-keeping formed an essential foundation of Mughal administration. The imperial offices maintained detailed documentation on virtually all aspects of governance: land surveys, revenue assessments, mansabdari appointments, judicial decisions, diplomatic correspondence, and day-to-day expenditures. These records, primarily in Persian but sometimes including local languages for specific purposes, created an administrative memory that transcended individual officials and facilitated consistent governance across vast territories. The central administration operated primarily from the imperial capital, which shifted locations several times during the dynasty's history. Under Akbar, Fat.